Greetings, tankers. Adam Snellgrove here with some high-caliber October news. Grab some tea and some pudding, and let's begin. First, remember that if you still haven't claimed the most generous gift in all of the game's 15 years of history, don't miss it. You still have time until update 2.0.1 release. The Watt Plus subscription recently got even more economic benefits, plus 3 manageable XP bonuses. And you can try it out for free. Anyone can get 30 days of Watt Plus even if you've already used the trial period before. Tanks 2.0.1 brings long-awaited game events and a large-scale reworking of 4 maps: Erlenberg, Fjords, Highway and Overlord. On the last one, fighting has moved deep into the mainland. Looks like the Allies are pushing through. Remember that soon, right at the start of October, World of Tanks will have a temporary Battle Pass chapter with an Uber collaboration. Just the way you like it, steel, armor and guns. Double the guns. Meet the legendary Wolfenstein universe. Join the ranks of the Resistance to get unique rewards, including familiar characters. One-man army William Blazkowicz with a 0 perk and a voiceover by the original actor. Wilhelm Death's Head Strasser, also with a 0 perk and a voiceover by the original actor from the Wolfenstein games. It's no secret that Blazkowicz loves his guns. A two-fisted Hulk like him needs at least 2. German, heavy, dual-gunned. The premium E65 Zwilling tank in a unique 3D style with visual effects. This tank will be your trump card in the battle against the baddies. We'll also have bundles with other characters. Anya Oliva, who saved Blazkowicz's life, leader of the Resistance Caroline Becker, and Blazkowicz's arch-enemy Frau Engel. Good company for Wilhelm Strasser. Join the Resistance. Uber awards await. Next month in World of Tanks, our beloved girls return in their equally beloved Panzers. Yes, Ghouls and Panzer are back, this time with a brand new tank school that has never been in the game before. That means new vehicles and a new crew of brave tank girls. Which one, you ask? Beats me. See if you can guess the captain. Share your ideas in the comments. She will teach you that a battle must be fair. After all, this fundamental rule of sport is just as important in World of Tanks. So, we're looking forward to reinforcements from Ghouls and Panzer. Panzer 4! Onslaught Season of the Zur Dragon is in full swing with the Ashbringer as this year's main reward. And so is the AMD Onslaught Legends Series Season 4 that will run throughout all of October with a mid-season break. Watch the best teams on the European server battle it out on the big stage. Maybe you can take a tip or two for your own battles in the ongoing Onslaught season and claim all of your Twitch drops for the OLS token store. This time you can even get a Tier 8 premium tank there. And of course, don't forget to help boost the prizes by purchasing the OLS bundles with 100% of the proceedings going towards the prize pool. But the events don't stop there. The second half of October sees the start of Babylon Forbidden Zone, where we'll return to the Myrni 13 universe. Gather a platoon with your friends, collect Miriam, and prepare for the new boss fights. You'll also find rewards from other dimensions, including a unique Tier 8 premium vehicle. And that's not the only activity we have lined up for Halloween. In honor of the spooky celebration, as well as Dia de los Muertos, expect surprises right at the end of October. A chain of missions with wickedly cool rewards. And of course, Twitch drops awaits. Just like last year, World of Tanks will take its place of honor at TwitchCon. From October 17th through October 19th, turn up to talk to the Wargaming team and World of Tanks streamers. Quickie Baby, Skill4 LTU, Mouse Acrobat and Mayland. If you can't go, no worries. Every day we'll be running streams with succulent mystery drops. October 28th is Czechoslovak Independence Day. From October 27th through November 3rd, log into the game and complete missions to receive themed rewards. And to get even more rewards, watch selected streamers on Twitch. You can get personal reserves, emblems, inscriptions, and a unique 2D style with delicious buchty. It's time to broaden your horizon with a brand new World of Tanks game. No, not 3.0 just yet. This time, it's a card game. Yes, we're rolling out onto a tabletop battlefield. Well thought out rules, hundreds of familiar vehicles, and endless room for your tactical genius. World of Tanks the card game is an ace pick for both card sharks and deck guppies. I'm off to finish the missions for the Windhund. See you next month.
Frau Enkel, allow me to introduce you to the culmination of our engineering, Goethe-Faust. 2 guns operated independently for optimal firing rhythm, high output, high endurance, or for unleashing a salvo. Absolute and final. Armored for frontline combat with mobility that defies its mass.
Beautiful. I want to see it kill.
Fine. Watch. Control, this is Blastowitz. I've got their toy. Now tell me where to drive it.
Route southeast. Friendly pickup waiting at the shore.
Wait! Enemy armor inbound from the west.
You build it, I break it.
William, be careful. More tanks incoming.
Let's see what you got, sweetheart.
William, come in. William, please answer me.
They want a monster? Let's give them a nightmare.
That was just one battle. If you want to keep that tank, you'll have to fight through the rest.
What's up, tankers? Let's get our teeth into the best scouts and raiders on tracks, or wheels. That's right, light tanks. To get the most from these nippy little vehicles, you'll need to practice and to brush up on view.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
The Onslaught Legends series Season 4 is here. But Liberty finds Jockey, and Katsai, the last one for his team, will not be able to pull the 1v3.
Onslaught Legends series champions will be Cashback.
They do complete the Cinderella story.
Finds Akka and it's Twilight and Liberty left wondering because it's not going to be the Ukrainian team of Cashback. It's going to be W from the pits of hell coming through the lower bracket.
Akka blows up as well, and W completed 6-3 2 times in a row. OLS champion. I think Moth Mafia are on victory street here on Himmelsdorf. They completely rewrite the map and rewrite all of the scripts that everyone had. It's going to be them taking the finals in a 5-1 fashion.
Tune in to the action, September 30th through November 9th.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the AMD Onslaught Legends Series Season 4. Hello, Moff, you seem to have joined us for today.
Yeah, I seem to have manifested. Wonder when I'll be coming back, but here I am. It's our first outing together in OLS Season number 4. We're already well into the thick of it, really. Like, we're almost near the end of Phase 1. So a lot has happened. A lot of ideas and preconceptions as to how the teams perform has played out so far. You can see already on towards the 6th playday.
Yeah, we are one playday away, so this one and the next, before the mid-season break as well. So that would conclude Phase 1. Now, it's not decided yet who's the bottom two teams, Moff. It could still change, actually, because of the Vortex win from the last playday. This could still change anyway. What can still change as well, of course, is the prize pool. The first 20k getting added by Wargaming, and then the next getting crowd sponsored through those bundles that are still available for you to buy. And when you want to become an Oracle, it's starting to be time to consider who do you think is going to win this season, even though it looks like a very hard decision to make.
Oh, certainly. And I am no oracle. We know that from the past. But the teams will also, if they win, and second place, of course, which is really, really quite nice. You can definitely console yourself with a defeat. They're going to be getting some AMD products there. Very nice for those teams. They're going to be racking up all of those components.
Yeah, that's a nice GPU. Very nice GPU sponsored by AMD. So they get that, and you can still get the bundles as well. And the Oracle bundle, my favorite, is the one where you predict a team and you can then get an upgraded bundle out of it, but you would have to guess correctly.
Yeah, and I don't know how anyone at home knows which direction this is going. I feel like in all of the previous seasons it was way more obvious, or we thought it was way more obvious which team was out ahead. Of course, as well, you at home can collect those drops. We've got the token drops that you can collect. I don't know what you can get from them. I believe it's is it a Lance and Sea, which is like the grand prize?
Don't worry, Moff, if you're not sure what you can get from it. Here we go. The token store available in Depot in the game. You can get a Lance and Sea, a Steyr WT, a T3485M, the 3D style from the Object 140 without the Object 140, 2D styles, premium days, consumables, and personal reserves.
Well, I was right. My memory served me correctly. I also think that the T-3485M is like super cracked tier 6, just like super broken from back in the day. Anyway, enough of that. This is the table as things stand, and we're quite deep into phase 1, so a lot has happened. Weekend have been the dominant team so far in the OLS, so if you're looking to buy a bundle right now, they're probably the horse that you want to be backing. And all the way down at the bottom, it's a bit of a Ukrainian sandwich. Kirilo, unfortunately, on 0 points.
Unfortunately, Kirilo indeed on 0, but look at the position 5, 6, and 7. Technically, Vortex would still become 5th. You know, if W and Yogurt lose out all their matches, they can still get 6 points. They could go up to 9. Now, is this likely that W loses everything? I don't think so, but Yogurt in return, they're only 2 points behind them, and I think Vortex is still playing Yogurt as well, so the position's not decided.
No, and that will definitely be an interesting head-to-head, and that's definitely one of the key talking points of the season, but that will be for later on in the day to discuss Yogurt against W later on. But the first match of the day, it's going to be the Purple Dragon, Hit and Run, the Polish Superstars up against the bottom of the table, Kirilo, and I can't say that I think they're going to have a particularly fun time in this matchup today.
No, Hit and Run came off of a crushing defeat against Weekend 3-0 to then get into the matchup against Mafia, which they won in a tiebreaker. And now they're looking for those points against Kirilo. Have been a snack for most of these teams. I don't think Hit and Run are slouches. They never really hold back against these weaker teams. They always go full force. And once the ball gets rolling, it's rather hard to stop. I mean, technically speaking, Kirilo could also still get 6 points. You know, they could still end number 6 if Yogurt and Vortex was to lose out everything. However, at the same time, that's impossible since Yogurt and Vortex are playing against each other on the last playday.
Yeah, and the form would suggest, and you can just look at the round difference as well. I think they've won only 1 round, let alone actually picking up a match win or even losing in tiebreaker. Hit and Run, it's the guys you all know and love, the familiar faces. Most of them have, of course, been to China there and back, won it twice, but they have still yet to win the Onslaught Legends series, and that would be, it's not going to be their priority target. WCI is always going to be the focus, right? But they definitely want to win this one.
For sure. It would be, it would bolster their confidence going into the China tournament as well, right? Winning OLS, it's not long after. They're leaving, like, I need to check again, it's the last day of OLS, but I think they're leaving like the week after.
Yeah, it's right around the corner. Momentum is a big thing, like you say, and momentum is definitely not on Kirilo's side, which is very unfortunate. But Monera, I wish we could just give him a point for really dressing up super smart, putting in the effort there. Unfortunately, that's not where it counts.
Barbarian highlight player. He was a highlight player in Cashback, continuing that trend now into the Hit and Run lineup as well. Always firing on all cylinders and a vital aspect of that team and of the Twitch chat God emoji presence as well.
Yeah, divided loyalties. You think like pretty much all of the Barbarian love just moved straight over to Hit and Run and abandoned the Cashback cause. Bit unfortunate because the Cashback guys did build up a great reputation in those early seasons. 93% in favor of Hit and Run. We are not shocked by this whatsoever. The 7%, you know, people just taking a gander, having a guess, or just trolling one way or the other. But here is the map pick and bans for this matchup between these two teams. Ensk is going to be the first map picked by Hit and Run. Then that's going to be followed up by Westfield from Kirilo, and if we get there, it's going to be Siegfried Line as the tiebreaker.
Very fast maps. Ensk into Westfield. We really haven't seen too much Westfield throughout this season. Teams opting away from it altogether, so it's going to be good to see between Hit and Run and Kirilo what it will bring. Kirilo needs to start strong on Ensk, and it will be hard because Ensk now is a very difficult map to play, I think, for most teams. A lot of quick, aggressive pushes as well, quick rotations, interesting openings even, and of course you got to be good at the trading as well.
I think it's always just generally considered one of the harder maps to play because there's not it's not like other maps where you have these very obvious positions where you can secure early map control, especially with the middle being cut open now with the train carts. It's very easy for you to transition or pivot into a different part of the map, which obviously allows for a lot of regression through the middle.
Seen a lot of BZs on this map as well, so that's pretty yeah, well, are you surprised?
No, I'm not surprised. I mean, I knew already, but I don't think anyone at home should be surprised either. Points mean prizes. Well, we don't have any prizes, but for honor and glory.
I mean, across the board, 3-0 kind of shows you what people expect this matchup to be. But at the same time, though, you can't put it past Krillo to pick up at least one round. Hit and run coming in though. Triple BZ, CS63. Never mind that. Double BZ, Type 5 heavy, 140, triple D4. More like it.
Krillo going with the 140, double Foch B, and then quad E4. So really leaning on the E4s to be the meat of this lineup. No super heavies being brought by the Krillo team. Both teams do have the 140 though, which has really become the new staple, right? Obviously, haven't been watching. I have been watching, but haven't been casting Phase 1. But the 140 has very much overtaken and become the meta Inspire tank.
Double BZ boosting towards zero line. Deca now coming into the lineup as well. Gonna be playing it out, so he's back in that big old Type 5. We saw him play a lot in Flash, trying to spot the crossing on the object 140, gives a shot against Franek, and then holds the position with his Inspired teammate, but Franek just crossing back and hit and run, smart enough not to cross over into a bad situation.
Yeah, a good shot by Deca there, as you just mentioned, former WGL pro, and I really think it's so nice to see these kind of guys get back into the game, in towards the pro scene. It really links the old with the new, the past with the present of the game. WGL felt so very long ago, and Deca coming back into this hit and run lineup really feels like he never left. But damage taken a lot on towards these E4s of Krillo as they try to move back towards the field. But you can see there's a tank on the zero line right now. I'm not sure what that is. Probably one of the BZs just playing hold down, and they're kind of pinning these E4s.
So far, pretty good stuff for hit and run. I mean, doing a lot of damage on this cross, backed it up about 6,000 HP at this moment in time. Make that even more as the E4 start chipping away. Barbarian now even fancies a little bit of a push forward. The strike coming out on towards God and Loop. Loop stuck behind that building out in the open because there was not enough room for the two of them. Barbarian, Deca, and Tisak are fancying Milo, who's out of position. There comes the strike. That's going to hurt as well. Damage reduction ability applies in return. They do a big strike as well, but it's 9,000 HP lead. And the hit and run in round number 1 already seem to move in for the killing blow, realizing there's a tank on the other side of the map. They push forward with that HP, with those E4s, with the initial damage, and this clean up operation on Isle Ensk. And Sloop, God, and Milo are in the grave, and the rest of the team soon to follow. A false start if you're Krillo.
Yeah, we weren't painting a pretty picture for this matchup as we were leading into the build-up, but this doesn't certainly look any better, and it's not going to alleviate any fears that some Krillo fans have out there as to how this match might be going. We've still got 7 guns alive hit and run. They've just barely gone under 15,000 HP. Still over 2/3 of their health remaining. They really just rolled over them, and that was that.
Hard watch. Yeah, this repush towards the field was very, very interesting. Not sure why this ended up being the case for Krillo. You know, they had their tanks on towards the city, and then they decided to cross back over, but that was a very, very punishing move.
Yeah, and you can see those E4s, because they don't have the presence in the field, they don't really have anywhere to position themselves. There are only a couple of buildings they can hide behind. They were exposed to so many different angles, and God didn't even get to do any damage, didn't even get to fire off a shot, maybe just two non-connections, but you know, I doubt it would have made one tiny bit of difference to the outcome of this match. And hit and run, just you know, being the more confident team, right? They just take the positions that they want, and that's that.
And they do the damage, and they're kind of just holding good pen ratios across the board from the hit and run side, indeed. No problems there whatsoever. And it was a very good first round, but still, this cross back towards the field move against an established team, it's always going to be very hard to make that work.
Yeah, but it's rough, right? When you're a team like Kirilo, at this point in the season, your confidence is probably just so through the floor. You're second guessing every decision that you're making, right? And that obviously is not a very good place to be. You really want to be trusting your instincts, but just hesitant. They make the wrong rotation. They make it sort of half-heartedly. They do it slowly as well into an area where they don't really have any sort of map control apart from Flash in the 140, but he's just essentially out of the fight altogether. Not that it even plays any part in the outcome.
I mean, hit and run push, him being on the other side, collecting some strikes. I mean, they realize that as well. They're like, it's the 140. And we have enough HP lead to go forward, and they do exactly that. So really good stuff there from hit and run. And that's what I talked about as well. Like, they don't hold back against these weaker teams usually.
Yeah, if they see an opportunity, they will definitely take it. And going into the second round of Ensk, we'll hope that Kirilo can put up a bit more of a fight in this one, so we get something that we can sink our teeth into. But I'm not optimistic.
Well, sometimes it is what it is, Moff. You know what I mean? What can you do about it? We'll have to see what they bring for round number 2. It's hard to play very aggressive initially on Ensk as well, though, so no real surprises. However, it's a bit different. Kirilo coming in with the light tank, actually. 4 E4s, a Blitzka, and a 140.
Yeah, that's definitely a left field pick, Greg. We don't really
this season for sure.
Yeah, we don't see the light all too often. I mean, it was popular in, I think, season 2, right? Because the Tasak had the ability with the power to permatrack the Juggernaut tank destroyers, but never mind. All of that yap, and they will not be taking that RHM. They switch off of it. They decide against it. It's going to just be the 140 is probably the main scout down the rails at the early stages of the game. You can see that triple E4 from hit and run, though, just aiming down the rails at the start. T-Sec sending it into the middle of the map, trying to spot the cross, but he will not find anything. Kirilo have gone fully towards the field side of the map, and at the moment DJ is kind of isolated, so if they were to go and pressure him right now, they could potentially find a free pick.
Yeah, DJ in the BZ on 0 line. Now Franek, Panzer and Decha pulling up against the Beast, though, who looks to hold the angle, but instead of holding the angle, he seems to take a few E4 shots to the face, as the strike from both teams will be taken, one in the city, one on the field. Flash and Milo holding 0 line, hit and run. Then they realize DJ is in trouble, but I don't know if they can just cross back over and fight this. They're looking for the fight nonetheless, but Flash covering together with Milo from the back lines. Dopa, God, and Loop now pushing forward. The cap is on, though. We gotta keep our eye on that as well. There needs to be a reset at some point. 20 seconds left. DJ still pretty healthy. Hasn't taken a single shot of damage just yet. There is a reset on towards the cap, so 38 seconds now, and you can see this line of hit and run players are trying to hold the position, trying to cover DJ, because see Dopa, Deepa, God, and Loop now coming closer. Can they get the shots against the turret of the BZ? Do they even have an angle? They should. There comes the first one. God now lining up the second. Minus 1.5k on DJ, and now hit and run in a situation where they might need to do something, and they do exactly that as Barbarian comes in and executes Beast in the Type 5 Heavy.
Yeah, it's almost like a silent assassin there, just off screen. Even the cameraman couldn't keep up with that kill there. They just managed to catch it barely at the end, but that's a full HP Type 5 Daki. That's 4,200 hit points down and out of this game already. And DJ is not down and out. He's still alive, just hanging on, just going backwards and forwards, trying to juke their shots, trying to stall out for as long as possible.
Loop now finds a good angle, though, a good peek as well. DJ tries to let a shot go in return, doesn't connect, and Monster will hit the VCT on 0 line. Another good shot coming out by one of those E4s. DJ now down towards a one shot. There's still 3 of them staring at just one, though, as Barbarian and T-Sec pressure the south. That's Templeton isolated. He has no support right now, waiting for his 140, waiting for his Blitzkavitsa, but that's not coming. And in the meantime, now hit and run, realizing that the tanks from the 0 line, they have fallen back. They take this opportunity to pressure this Triple E4. Panzer Fury down towards a one-shot though. Loop with a good kill puts him down, and it's a 5-on-6 all of a sudden, where Kirillo actually has some potential to play. Monster coming in from the side as well. He immediately takes a 1-2 to the face as well, and that VZTD in the meantime. T-Sec in the south, dead to Flash. Barbarian now running towards his teammates, hightailing it out of there. Wants to get towards the rest of them, want to get him from behind even. That might be a beautiful Forge B clip as he picks up one now, starting to unleash into the other. God will not do another shot and hit and run, turn this pretty tough situation around, as Monster does find the kill just in time, and now Milo seems to have overextended.
Yeah, Barbarian just turned. He said, alright, Monster, I'll just let you get the kill. And Monster did manage to pick that one up. And Milo just overextending. They thought that they could flank around from behind, but he just bleeds his HP. And that's their potential. That's their potential HP that they could have used to try and clutch up this game. They're really indecisive about what they wanted to do, because Milo's going in for a peek. Meanwhile, Flash was capturing the strike on the other side of the map. They still have possibilities here, but Milo going down to a one-shot, just not ideal. The damage on Decker is significant. Can he find the kill? He will manage to do so with ability now popped as well. It's a 4 versus 2 scenario, but Templeton is trapped. He can't go anywhere.
Flash will spot out Barbarian peeking, but that will be a little too late as Barbarian comes in from behind together with Fronic. Remove Templeton is just Flash on a very good amount of HP in that 140, but just not enough guns to help him out. Maybe if Milo didn't overextend Moff, if he was healthier, they could have done something between the three of them, but like this, it is round over. A competitive round, however, nonetheless, but Hit and Run will take it into a match point already.
Yeah, Flash just being a little bit difficult at the end there, but he will go down, and ultimately they do it with significantly less HP remaining, but the score on the board is all that really counts at the end. That's going to be match point for Hit and Run now, and we just have to discuss the way that that battle unfolded. We sort of had the main brawl, and then things settled down a little bit, and Milo, they had the opportunity, Kirillo, they had the opportunity to break distance, to play for time, to play for the strike, allow the 140 to pick up the strike, and then get some sort of position. And oi, look at that damage from Barbarian. 8,000, 3 kills in the round. That is a plus 46 round, if ever I saw one, and he's continuing the same sort of form that we've seen from him in the past.
Yeah, really good round from that Forge B. Near perfect pen ratio. Good moves as well. Abandoning T-Sec in the south is the perfect play, because T-Sec is dead already. It was a good repush in the south from the side of Kirillo. But the biggest question here, Moff, is they shouldn't lose Beast like that. They shouldn't lose him the way they did, because we could see it and they knew it as well. They were finding those angles on towards DJ, so they just got to play for time, because Hit and Run was on a timer. Once DJ dies, right, they are playing in a 7v6, but Beast somehow died before DJ.
Yeah, so all of the good steps that Kirillo made, all of the good steps they made towards a round win, they just undid with their own misplays. Unfortunately, Beast was the first one to fall, and that's a 4,200 HP tank, as I said already. It's so much HP to throw away. He got clapped, I think, volleyed once by the E4s, and then took a full clip from probably Barbarian as well. And you can understand from his point of view, he wants to try and hold the angle on the rails, because he wants to be able to punish the E4s from Hit and Run if they do try to repush the field, which eventually they did anyway. But of course, at that point, he was already dead, and like you said, he just needed to be a bit more careful about how he positioned his Type 5. But sometimes the Type 5, you know, it's this giant Godzilla, this giant box of HP. It's pretty hard to actually hide your tank at the same time as holding angles, especially against E4s.
Yeah, it's against E4s, it's really tough to play Type 5 properly in a lot of cases, simply because the Type 5 is getting shredded by the E4 still, and sometimes you're a bit overconfident because of that 4k HP. Many Type 5s on Westfield, Moff? Don't think so, though.
Probably not. That giant cupola, when you roll up over the hill there, will know that you're coming probably an entire minute before you actually get over the top of that hill. And Westfield has not really been a very popular map for any of the teams. I think at one point most of the teams were quite in favor of it being removed from the pool. I think it was Studzianki that was removed instead for Secret Line. Westfield, yeah. So Westfield's just not a very popular map for the teams, and I think it's because there's such a difficulty in trying to play for the cap, but also trying to play for the surround at the same time. And if you do play for the north of the map, and you don't get the fight you're looking for, we've seen it so many times before, you get these long, stalled-out games where light tanks just shred you over time.
Let's see what Krillo can do, though, in potentially the last round of this match already. Patch at CS, Centurion AX, no, they're switching that up. AX E50, 4 Bliskas, and an RHM.
An RHM being picked by Dopadipa, superstar in the EBR in 15v15, but it's a very different format, a world away from that. Hit and run going with BZ, a BZ75, an IS7, E50M, 140, triple Bliskavitsa. So both teams opting for the Bliskavitsa meta, coupled with some E50Ms together. Inspire tanks, Flash opting for the Sente X, which is still a popular tank, depending on the map. Obviously, you want the gun, 10 degrees of gun depression. That's the main advantage it has over the 140.
Good spot there from the plane. Looks like 6 players were spotted out from hit and run immediately, so they have info to play with. Strike being taken immediately. They're centering themselves around that secondary strike as well. So Krillo will have the double strike, but even with that move, we've seen it sometimes pretty hard to reset the base.
Yeah, and don't forget as well, they don't have any mini-strike tanks. They don't have a CS-63. Ooh, T-Sec, the damage is significant. He gets caught out. No ability used there for that initial volley that he took. And that's not really a great place to be, given he's supposed to be some sort of an anchor tank. DJ in the crossfire at the moment, just trying to hold together this hit-and-run lineup. Really the only tank providing any sort of crossfire for them. Hit-and-run, they're not trying to play for the cap right now, which would normally...
Yeah, but they just used the strike though from Kirillo's side.
Yeah, that's
one of the 2 strikes has been used right now, and hit and run instantly transition into the cap because there's only 1 strike left now. Moff, the flank has not come into effect either through the south. Templeton's already pretty low as well, and using that strike, I'm not sure about that one.
Oh, I'm not sure either. It definitely seems like they jumped the gun. Bit of a bad call. Made the assumption that hit and run weren't going to cap, but obviously they're all right next to it, so they can immediately pivot into that. That strike is going to hit on towards Monster, but that's only going to get 1 reset now. 12 seconds remaining. Lup is the only one. He's the closest target, and he's got to go in to block the cap, and we've seen it so many times before. He goes forwards for his team, but they will not be he will not be surviving in this one. Immediately Pan's Fury and the rest of the guys from Hit and Run jump at that opportunity. They take that kill, and then they're going to continue to steamroll that advantage, because look at the map. Kirillo are so spread out all over the place. They've got a RHM in the south, an E50M in the south. Everyone is split up. No one can support each other. This is a disaster for Kirillo. It's going to be a 3-0 for Hit and Run as they just keep rolling one after another into the next gun.
Using that strike was the first domino, and then at the same time they were executing the flank on towards DJ. He dies in that F3 position roughly, but that is enough for them to overpush Loop, find Beast, find Milo. The dominoes keep falling at that point, and that shows you just how difficult this map can be. Utilizing your strike early can be very detrimental, because it does give them a lot more time to work with to cap out.
Yeah, and not much remains here for Kirillo in this match. Franek almost trolling Templeton, doesn't even decide to peek him, even though it's not going to make one bit of difference, and it's just Flash again. It always feels like he's the last guy remaining, which I suppose is decent credit to him that he doesn't get caught out at his Inspire tank, but there's no one left to inspire, and that's that.
Well, our predictions do come true, Moff. It's a hard 3-0 for Kirillo, and it's a good 3-0 for Hit and Run, picking up those 3 points as well, doing exactly what they needed to do. Business done, and looking forward towards Tuesday for them.
Yeah, that was a nice, quick, easy speed run. Definitely a very efficient round match win for Hit and Run. And Kirillo, that round, there was 2 rounds there that really were just not competitive at all. And we got 1 round where there's just like a little bit of a hint of possibility to clutch up, and it just didn't happen. But Hit and Run on Westfield, they show why a lot of teams now, they don't like to play for the surround control because it's difficult to execute. And Hit and Run have always been the team that prefers to play for the cap, right? They always prefer to go for the North Brawl and then try and create some sort of overmatch. But when you play for the surround control, it can be so awkward sometimes, especially when your opponent makes it as difficult as possible for you to be able to reset the cap. But not holding on to that strike and just using it sort of rather pointlessly just for like 2 shots of damage, like you really need to have intent and purpose like behind when you use your strikes, not just like randomly using them for a bit of damage.
Yeah, it's just weird that they use that. And the surround, yeah, you got to be careful because you can get repushed, which is exactly what happened if you're Kirillo. And if you're in bad positions to get repushed, then you end up dying and you end up losing the round as well. Now, that was match number 1. Luckily enough, we still have 4 coming your way. But before that, let's watch a little bit of replays, calm down. We'll see you for the next one. Hello gamers and welcome back to the AMD Onslaught Legends Series Season 4. Moth out, baby in. That was a quick hit and run match.
Yeah. Hello Ducky, hello everyone at home. It was a very quick match indeed. Now we are gonna see Yogurt against W. Actually in terms of points, it's a close match, right? We didn't see W starting as they probably wanted, and on paper, obviously, W should be favorites, but in terms of recent performances, they are quite close.
I mean, this is currently team number 5 against team number 6, to put it that way. So yeah, normally W very favored, but they've hit a tough start of the season so far, but it's not the first time that they struggle in Phase 1. They're more of a Phase 2 team, I think, most of the time. So in that regard, they're still fine. Their secret weapon is going home soon, I think, from his everlasting holiday. Aphrodite for Yogurt doing very well though, but there's more at stake here than just Yogurt versus W. It's also Vortex looking at this matchup and praying that Yogurt doesn't pick up any points whatsoever. Simply because even a 1 point would still be possible for them. But ideally, you know, they are going to be losing this match if you're Yogurt, because then Vortex would be very, very happy looking towards the future.
Yeah, we see here the predictions highly favoring W. I guess nothing too weird, right? W, the reigning champions, as you said. For example, in Season 2, they didn't have that great of a start, but we see that they are, I mean, one of the best teams, if not the best, in terms of playoff performances. And I'm very sure that the rest of the teams playing are aware of this. But enough of that. We see here the picked maps, and we see that Yogurt are deciding to pick Sand River against W. This is a very interesting pick, in my opinion. And W decide to pick Ensk.
Sand River is indeed an interesting map. You can still be surprised on it if you're not ready for aggression. But yeah, Yogurt need to win this. You know, if they win this, they're securing themselves into phase 2. I think they need 2 points to be safe. That's about it, because they currently have 5, right? So yeah. Tiebreaker loss would still be fine for Vortex, because then they have 6 and Vortex has 3. So if they beat them clean, then well, they have to beat them clean anyways, they can still make it. So anything but Yogurt winning.
Yeah, and it feels weird to say, but if W somehow come out of this matchup with a loss, they could be in big trouble, because
they could technically still, I think you need to look, still go out, but the odds of this are...
They play against Weekend next match day.
But they already played Vortex, no?
Yeah, they did. So
I mean, you could end up in... no, you can't actually end up in some weird scenario though, because Yogurt has 5, W has 6, Vortex already played W. I think the first requirement is head-to-head, right?
True, yes.
So
that would be the case.
W beat Vortex, so...
They should be somewhat, yeah.
Yeah, it's because Vortex can... I mean, okay, listen. Technically speaking, Vortex can get to 9 points. Okay, let's put it that way. But they have a very hard match ahead of them today, and I'm not expecting them to win it. So... Yeah. However, indeed, if W lose this, you're right in that regard. If W lose this and Vortex win their match, W could not make it to Phase 2. It's possible. The odds of this very low though, because Vortex would need to beat Cashback.
Yeah, and I think that W is a team that under pressure, they have shown, you know, that they don't crack. I mean, we've seen that they've done very good comebacks in the past, and we see here the prediction. Your prediction is wrong, as I understood. You
yeah,
did
it's
actually
my bad
vote.
though. It's my bad, yeah.
Yeah, and
it's W across the board, actually, for all of us.
Yeah, you all go with 1 to 3 for W. I went with a clean 3-0. We'll have to see if that will happen. But yeah, W across the board. And yeah, interesting first map pick. Sand River, usually a 1-1 map. I mean, for teams like Cashback, we have even seen 2-0 on this map. But It's gonna be an interesting game. I'm sure about it.
It kind of depends on what we're going to see, mainly from the Western side, right? Because that is the side where you're expected to not dominate, but win from. So if you're throwing that, then you're usually in trouble. Lineups though: W coming out, BAT, W50M, CS63, Object 140, UDES, and an RHM.
On the side of Yogurt, we see a BZ, 1 CS, 1 Cent AX, W50M, 1 K91, and an RHM. Interesting pick from Yogurt. They play 2 tanks that have the ability for the mini strike. And yeah, seems that they will try to play a bit slower. They have the ability to decap easier. And yeah.
So it's going to be Yogurt starting from the east, and W still opting to bring that light from the west, which we quite often see teams either play without light or with an EBR, so they end up bringing it. YOLO and Klurf both letting the planes go. I think Klurf only spotted the BZ going K-line, which is still info, but at BZ also not actually committing. He's moving towards the pocket position, and Klurf needs to be careful because he's about to run into a CS63 that is followed up by not 1, but 2 E50Ms.
Yeah, and we see Klurf doing the initial peek. He spots the double E50M, so W should be aware of this. We see that on the north side, it's 3v2 currently for Yogurt. So W will most likely transition into a more of a defensive position. They take double strike, which is very important for the viewers at home to know. W in control of 2 strikes.
The UDES 1516 kind of locking down this middle area as well, but that's a great blind from LeVay actually. In that AX finds Squeezy as well in that UDES 1516, who is speaking just a little bit too much. That's another great blind, this time from Ramadik on towards Ios in that Hurricane. That's some really good shooting there from the guys from Yogurt, knowing their angles, knowing their positions, and they do get rewarded for that as well, especially, you know, that AX popping the Inspire because of it. He has it, I didn't use it yet, but thanks to that little shot there, he can use it when needed.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Ios could probably rotate out, right? I mean, we've seen W going back to their own balcony with E50M. They could look for a potential repush towards the north side. Ios is a bit... I mean, he could be in trouble if he gets planed again. So far, he's just sitting there behind the rock, and... I
mean, there's no K-line presence, so he's kind of safe. If there was somebody deep K-line, he could be crossfired if they drop a plane, but because they don't have the K4, 5, 6 position, it's not really a possibility for them.
Yeah, maybe the
bigger issue is about to be the 4 strikes on W though.
Yeah, we see W rotating Squeezy to take the next strike, and the RHM on K-line is going to pick up another strike as well. So I'm curious to see what Yogurt's plan is, right?
I mean, I think YOLO uses the plane though onto a Squeezy. Ramadik misses the shot, and that's important to note because W also know that the plane has been used by YOLO, that he didn't do anything with it, so that there is no secondary plane available for him. And Squeezy gets a strike, Klurf gets a strike, and you can see that building up on the left hand side. That's 4 times 400 if it only hits a single target. It's 1,600 damage waiting to be dropped on top of the head of somebody. And if Yogurt now wait even longer, ooh, that's a great shot from Ramadik.
Very big hit there from Rahmadik. And yeah, as you were saying, I think we had the opportunity to see this in a previous game on this map. If you let a team gather strikes on this map, I mean, it's not going to end well, right?
They could really do with a plane from YOLO right now to spot the base. Like, that's why it's really tough. What they did is that without this plane, they're not really able to counter Frugo and Itox's position either. They're not able to strike, well, they don't have any strikes, never mind that part. But they're also not able to spot the cap, so now he's going to go in the information tower, but there's 4 strikes available, so, and a plane from Klurf.
Yeah, I mean, YOLO trying to take the strike. We see Squeezy peeking out. He should be able to give a shot. Very good hits. He gets shot as well by the double E50 from base, and W still have the 4 strikes. They punished YOLO. They have cap pressure. It looks pretty tough for Yogurt.
Ramadik will come and block, and the funny part about YOLO's little damage there is that, of course, because of this, he is able to generate a plane, because even damage received will tick towards your ability. Now he does have a plane available. Will it matter? We'll have to see. One strike used on Ramadic. He will pop a heal though, take over the cap. And in terms of HP, because of all the blinds so far throughout this game from Yogurt, they're actually still up.
Yeah, they're still up in terms of HP, as you said. Oof. We see Mentos taking a big hit while trying to leave towards this K line.
Ramadic is doing a lot. He's already like 2.5k damage into this battle with a BZ on Sand River. I mean,
yeah, we've seen 4 shots already, right, from him.
At least
3-4 shots. Yeah, 3-4 shots. And we see Yogurt gathering up to re-pressure this K line, but on the side of W, they know and they are aware.
They still have 3 strikes. That's a danger. This the fact that I think the 1 strike they used on Ramadic was a waste. I don't know who it was, but it was a waste.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Striking a BZ doesn't really do anything. So I think it was Mentos even. But maybe they wanted to destroy some buildings, you know, like that could be understandable. But both teams matching up against the K line now. It's 5 tanks sitting here from W. It is also 4 tanks from Yogurt in that position. Shelby looked like he wanted to commit. Frugo getting spotted out as well, but Love and Shelby need to be careful. The moment they get spotted here, strikes might come in. They need to be careful from this. They are still sitting next to each other. More tanks being spotted out now as well. Frugo pushing up. There comes the first strike out actually on towards those 2. It connects on 2, so that's 800 already. Now more damage being traded, and W is actually starting to move on towards the K line with the entirety of the team. Ramadic will join pretty quickly as well. They still have those 2 more strikes coming in, and that's going to get dropped on Shelby and Love. Another 800, and here comes the pressure. Here comes the push. Shelby and the D50 I'm already pretty low, but the crossfire from the middle is pretty strong as well. W still down in HP. 1 more strike on towards those, and even with all of that, they're still trading pretty evenly right now. They need to make this overmatch happen. Itox is leading the charge actually, and that D50M will peek over. Plenty of 1-shots in front of him. Mini strikes coming out as well, but Itox just explodes for this, and still somehow Yogurt, even after all this, is in a position to contest this battle. But Info and Love are in trouble right now, and Nepal is starting to find the angles. Mentos takes a big one though, and the Udas in the middle getting pressured, but Yogurt not out of this just yet. Finally, Frugo comes out with another strike to pick up that 1-shot E50M.
Yeah, we see that W with the strikes, they put in very good damage. We see Frugo and Nepal trying to look for some peaks. However, Rahmedic has a lot of HP, and he puts in 1 more big hit. Rahmedic could be a playmaker in this round with the remaining HP.
Can YOLO get it though?
YOLO does get the kill, very important kill, and it's starting to look pretty tough for W, right?
It's starting to look like a disaster for W actually. They've had 5 strikes. Ramadic again, once more in the BC, picking up another. That man is an absolute menace on the side right now for W, but the bigger issue here is this uncoordinated 1-by-1 waterfall technique push from W. Not a pretty good technique, where they push in first with Frugo and then the rest, and then they don't really go for it when all they had to do was really go for an up and over. They had 5 strikes, 1 big strike from the CS, so 500. They had like 3k damage from strikes alone, and they're losing.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that
they just had to take all the tanks and go. In the game, and they win because of the strike damage.
Yeah, I'm expecting here soon for a peak in terms of Rahmedic gets another kill. Exactly, he has a lot of HP to play, and he should definitely put it to use. And yeah, Yogurt are up 1 gun. Plurf is making his way up, I guess trying to catch something, apply some pressure. Mentos is following him, but YOLO is picking up the info.
I mean, losing is one thing, but the way you lose is usually also important for the mental aspect. And losing a...
Aphrodite.
Tough miss. Does he reload on time? I think he does. He does find the kill, and Klurf now coming, or trying to go over, cannot do it because Rahmedic is holding the angle with that BZ-75. He could go for the 4th kill this battle. And Ios versus Aphrodite. Aphrodite picks it up. Klurf now coming in from behind. Maybe 1 more consolidation kill. No! Rahmedic is the one to pick it up. What a performance from a BZ on Sand River. Even if it's like 5k, that's a crazy amount for Sand River. Because it's
what
one
a
of the
round.
worst maps for that tank in general. If you're a W fan, which I'm guessing the guy next to me is, That's a tough round to watch.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that W, as we spoke during the game, they took strike controls. Everything was looking fine. However, it seemed that the push towards K-Line was a bit slow, right? I mean, the more
it's
time
not about
they spent...
slow, it's just about, it was so shit. Like, they just didn't group and push. They just sat high and didn't go.
taking the first volley, right?
Frugo takes a volley, they push up to the K-Line, and they don't go.
Yeah, and the more time they spend there, the more they will get farmed from the mid,
They're
right?
just enabling the RHM and the CS and even the BZ to have like 5k and 4 kills is a tremendous performance from a BZ on this map. It honestly is. But in return, like, look at the strike damage. 800 strike damage already from Squeezy.
800.
1600, yeah. We're at 1600 already.
Yeah.
Strike damage, 3000, yeah. 3000 strike damage, 3400, yeah. Frugo, yeah, 3700 because he killed the one shot with the strike. So
yeah.
And I don't know if Itox had a strike, I don't think so. So 3700 and a kill damage. That's a whole tier 10 in terms of HP. And they killed off a tank with it as well. So the fact they lost that is like, how to explain it? It's like Yogurt playing with 6 players and winning.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. As a viewer, it feels a bit unexpected, right? Because
if
they had everything, right, to win this round.
Yeah, they did waste a strike on, I think Mentos, I'm not sure if it was Mentos, but they wasted 1 strike on the BZ. But still,
which
if
could
they,
have probably...
Yeah, but it shouldn't have mattered. All they have to do is take out... They had 5 tanks on the K-line. Drive as a wolf pack. Jump the guys close and keep driving. Because you have so many strike opportunities on the E50 of Shelby and Love that you're basically going to have kill the guys close that are healthy, and then you just continue on to the low HPs.
Yeah.
Plus you get the RAM with the E50Ms if you actually do it properly. Which we've seen, I think it was...
Cashback, right?
Yeah.
I think it was Zuda just chasing BZs in his E50, right?
And there was a Mivi up front as well, and he got like rammed as well. This is the same story for the K91 and the AX, if they reach that far. It's just not really good tanks to deal with a potential E50M push. So I don't know, for me it felt like a really good round from Yogurt, because they had the crossfire, but mainly worrying about W. And
yeah,
mainly worrying because they were playing from the favorite side.
Indeed. I mean, we will see if they will be able to come back and bounce back. And we see here on the side of W, BZ, 1 MVY, 1 Cox, triple E50M, and 1 light.
Yogurt in return, BZ, maybe bad shot. AX, W50M and an IHM, so pretty similar across the board. The only difference, you know, bad shot for E50. Bat is just a really hard tank this season, I think, for both OLS and random Onslaught. It's very hard to play.
Very fragile against this E50 meta. You overstep a bit and you can get punished. For sure.
E50 is basically clipping you back when you're shooting. You know, like you reload in 2.73 seconds or 2.5. Wait, what's the intro clip of the bat?
2.7, yeah.
2.73, and he's shooting you back every like 4 seconds.
Yeah, 4.1-ish. If you add Inspire to it, it's like 3.9. And we see Aphrodite getting spotted in that strike. He doesn't take a hit though. And I think this is the right choice. It was way too risky. He does get a big shot, another hit, and 1.3k, to be honest, kind of cheap. Yeah,
they could have killed him for that. To be honest, like they could have actually killed him for that. With the position of Squeezy, and they were all going red lane to shoot him as well. The triangle, ooh, good shot by Ramadik. He's really gaming out on that BZ, isn't he?
Indeed, the FC on BZ, I mean, we all know how that can go, right? FC on BZ usually doesn't go very well, but Rahmedik seems to be cooking something.
I mean, Mentos did hit a big HG on the back of that bat as well, illustrating the point of how hard to play that tank is at this moment in time, in general. Of course, in ability it's great, but like getting the ability, high level, able to reload, able to get back in, it's pretty tough. With crown area completely controlled by Yogurt. However, W seems to not really care about that moving towards 1-2 line, and this Mivi, it's going to be a tough position for him to hold. even in the tank that he's in.
Yeah, and we see that W do have Mentos, which has moved up here towards the middle area, and he should be able to have some kind of crossfire if he gets pushed back. But yeah, so far Yogurt seem to be waiting for a reaction from W. I mean, they might try to go for a Liquor. If they would try to do this, I imagine they could take a lot of shots from the crown area. Aphrodite is trying to take the info. W do go forward, and it might work, it might not work. Liquor taking big hits.
And Liquor's backing off now. He's going to take a little bit more. Like, there's no reaction right now from Yogurt. He takes 2 more shots from the 50M. Mentos is looking to get one as well. The strike comes out, only hitting on 1. Mentos hits the shot as well, though, on towards Liquor. 486 HP remaining on that Mivi. And there was no reaction from Yogurt. Now, the 50M is coming in, though, through the 8 line, looking to jump behind that BZ75 and then maybe combine. But Rahmedik is going to go for Mentos, and Mentos is indeed the linchpin right now. We can see this as well. It's just a little slow here for the side of Yogurt. Shelby coming in behind that BZ. He will need a little bit of help, though. It takes an E50M still quite some time to chew through that tank, and W needs to react themselves now. Good shot from Mentos on the move. Some damage coming out from an alternative angle as well. He's running away, but where is he gonna go with that BZ? Good shooting from the back line, so that's Nepal coming out with Itox, I think. But Mentos down towards the one shot and down altogether as well.
Big strike, yes. Good pickup here from Yogurt. We mentioned it that we could have expected this a bit earlier, but they do pick this first gun, and now it's W's time to retaliate.
The biggest issue is they have no control over 4 out of the 5 objectives. You know, like the strike. No, they have control over 2 out of 6, cap and 1 strike, because the cap is an objective as well, right? But info towers are going to be constantly spammed their way now. Strikes as well are going to be going their way. Shelby trying to retreat, though it doesn't go over. Takes another one. This is a bad way to run for Shelby. Could have crossed into the 8-9 line dip and then run the long way. Decides to take the short way, and that was a mistake.
Was a mistake indeed, and he got out pretty cheaply, right? But we see here Rahmedik is a bit isolated. However, if W would try to push this, I think it would be quite costly, right?
I mean, they're trying between the buildings, and we know that those buildings are an objective that can be destroyed. You can shoot it, you can drive over it, you can strike it, and Frugo currently is out of sync with Nepal and Squeezy, and out of sync and out of HP as well, as the team captain goes down, and some harsh words will follow, I would imagine, as now Nepal and Squeezy start their repush, but Frugo is dead for that, and Rahmedik simply readjusting around those buildings. But now Info pushing in with his only 50M. He needs Rahmedik to actually start taking some damage as well, because he is currently facing off against Nepal, and Liquor finds Itox for that, though. And for Yogurt right now, it's also a little bit disjointed, as Dairy 50M kind of returns the favor for Frugo's early demise. He goes in, he dies, not in sync either team at this moment in time.
Yeah, not very in sync. We hear Rahmedik trying to fight against 2 tanks, right? We need a reaction from Yogurt, because they do have an advantage, but they cannot throw it, because if they do throw it against a team like W, it can be very hard. But we see Rahmedik putting in another good shot, and he's holding on pretty well for being completely alone in this ditch area.
Pretty much a chaotic round between the two. Finally, a non-connection from Rahmedik. You would think that the man cannot miss, but he does not get it on Nepal. Both of these teams currently in a little bit of chaos, but so far Yogurt is surviving the chaos just a little bit more, as YOLO pressures out Klurf as well. 1900 versus 1500 HP. Klurf gets spotted out and gets deleted. YOLO with a quick push. Klurf down towards the one shot. He's gonna get pressured now by this RHM, and Liquor in the meantime, that low HP Mivi stayed alive, moving back in as well towards the strike. Gonna be holding the alternative angle as Rahmedik picks up Nepal. Doesn't get away with it a second time, and this is W against the ropes already after Sun River. Yes, it was Yogurt's map pick, but the way it went leaves much to be left desired for the side of W, as Rahmedik is currently on a mission to do the best results in BZ we've seen all season on Sun River, and probably for the rest of the season, as IOS is the last one standing, and it's match point for Yogurt.
Match point for Yogurt indeed, and we were actually questioning Yogurt's pick of Sand River as the first map, but they do a clean 2-0. I mean, clean from their side, right? Obviously, W could have won the first round. This one was a bit more shaky, right? But the first round was, for sure, very winnable by W. And 2-0, we were speaking about the possibility of W.
I meant my 3-1 prediction for Yogurt.
Maybe you were actually
maybe I was cooking. There's a lot of stuff there though, but for both teams. I mean, Frugo and Itox, I think it was, are making a repush through the buildings, which is super hard actually. When the crown area is lost to make a repush the way that they were doing it. Rahmedik again, 14, 13, 10, really good performance from BZ. 6.5k is amazing from a BZ on Sand River, because even with all of the Onslaught modifiers, that gun still kind of iffy, to be honest.
No DPM as well, right?
Yeah, no, he's doing really well, but the push between the buildings from Itox and Frugo is you don't really do that push, like, because it's just that difficult.
Yeah, I mean, it can be very costly, right? Especially
if you do it, you just
crown.
drive. You just drive, try to be unspotted, and you drive straight in. You don't stop between the buildings, because at some point those buildings start falling around you.
Yeah, and also I want to talk about, you know, Yogurt played well, but we saw that they were slowly throwing that lead that they had. Yeah.
There's a few moments there for Yogurts which are like a bit questionable and show that they have stuff to work on in terms of like game management, you would call it. Like Shelby's crossing is nonsense. He could die for that. He can cross over the 8 line relatively safe and get into the dip and out with speed instead of trying to climb up a hill. And then Invo's repush is premature. He doesn't need to repush straight from the middle. You know, he can go the way that Shelby came and go back in without taking any shots.
Yeah, definitely. Also, it could be a bit picky, but if you want to react perfectly, when you spot W's push, right, towards the Mivi of Liquor, you could at the same time, while they are driving, you could instantly repush the BZ in the middle, right? Because they knew that Mentos was there and was close. But
yeah, in a different world, Mentos actually realizes the threat from behind and goes onto the cap instead.
Yeah, yeah. So, as you were saying mid-round, a bit of throws here and there, but obviously no team is perfect, right?
Sure.
We will always see these kind of small mistakes here and there.
But that repush is kind of telegraphed, though. That's why it's weird that Mentos stayed at the strike, because he could go back even and play where Rahmedik was playing, like further away, so the push is harder, or boost into the cap. There's a lot of potential for him to survive that, though.
Yeah, yeah. I agree with you. But now, continuing, we will have Ensk, which is a very slow map we have seen in this current meta, right? I mean, we saw Hit against Vortex. I think first round was quite fast, but in general, in this heavy meta, we could see some longer games, and yeah, let's see if W can pull off a comeback like they are known for.
Potentially, this could be the case, but it's going to be tough. W, mouse, object 140, object 430U, and quad E4.
On the side of Yogurt, we see Rahmedik with a type, Lovi with the bad chat. They do have a 140 as well, 3 E4s, and 1 Foch. Interesting pick from Yogurt, right? They have a 140, a bad chat, and also a Foch, which is not easy to play in this meta, in my opinion.
No, those are indeed pretty hard tanks to execute, especially the bad chat is... We saw it in one season, like a lot, like 6 TDs and a bad, but that kind of dropped out of fashion altogether.
Yeah, we see here Lovi doing the typical run. He does stop. He spots out a few of the tanks. Itox taking big hits, 1.5k damage from the E4's aiming. And in return, Yogurt didn't take any shots for now. They do get now shot, punished back. Overall, I would say pretty standard trades, right? They give shots here and there, and yeah.
Either team coming out ahead of this engagement, to be honest. But that 430U on the 0 line needs to be careful. IOS getting pressured back already by YOLO. Liquor pushing up as well. That could be a converging point for both of these teams to get back into it. IOS gets a shot from Liquor, now continuing to run away. Nobody from the W side coming to help him. The 140 crossing over takes one from the E4. The bad shot coming in as well. They are pressuring that eastern side now. The Type 5 heavy in the spot we all expect it to be. Rahmedik getting
Big
tapped
hit
by
from
Klurf.
Klurf.
Yeah, but it takes one back though.
Yeah. He takes one back. He does a good hit on Rahmedik on the move, and we see that Yogurt are taking the strike. On the other side, W are taking a strike themselves.
But
and so far,
we've seen this position a few times though.
Yeah.
And it's really tough to play from south like this.
Mentos taking a few shots there as well for free, right? I mean,
the Rahmedik is just tapping through the window. It's more effective to every trade with Type 5 that is just a trade is a win for the Type 5.
definitely Type 5 having a lot of HP, good alpha. The gun is very good, right, as well, with those APs.
Yeah, that AP, it's like, AP is such an enjoyable ammo type to have, so...
Yeah. However, we see that Rahmedik could be a bit, you know,
it's
if
so
they don't
hard
cover
to push.
him, it is hard indeed. Maybe that's also what they want, right? I mean, having
normally,
their
yes.
anchor.
But they're not that well positioned either, though. I'll give it that much. Like, Rahmedik is getting pressured now. Klurf hits that. Mentos is coming in as well. There's only one E4 really covering, which is Shelby, which is getting pressure from an alternative angle himself. Rahmedik focusing the front. Mentos gets across pretty much for free. They want to pressure, they will get to pressure it as well. And we talked about it. Normally this is hard to push, but there was a little bit too many tanks on the field for W. But even now, Frugo drops towards the one-shot. No strike available, though. Klurf trying to get out of there yet again. YOLO holding the line against Squeezy, but Shelby dropped low as well. He's pulling back. The bad shot pushing on towards the mouse of Itox, but that's 3,000 HP that he has to go through. And you cannot expect him to pen all of those shots either. YOLO now reloading, and Yogurt down 3,000 HP. Down again as well. The cover for the type, it was not there.
Yeah, it was not there. YOLO is reloading, so this should be a very clear indicator for W to just go for it, to snowball the game. We see Lovite taking a big hit, Liquor in big trouble, as well as Invo, and it looks like W are slowly bouncing back.
They are going to be bouncing back, at least in this round, picking up the first of the two ends on their own map pick. That Type 5, indeed, normally a very hard tank to pressure, but it needs to cover. There were still like 4 tanks looking at the field, looking for a potential repush that wasn't coming. Good timing from W though, because the info tower was coming off of cooldown, so 10 seconds later and they would have been revealed into what they wanted to do.
Yeah, I mean, good rotation from W. They catch the tank that's isolated, and as you said, Yogurt weren't really ready for that repush. Also, they have quite a light lineup with the Batchat, with the Foch. We saw the Foch putting in some shots here and there, but it's hard, right, with the Foch to really have an impact in these kind of games where the enemy team picks off a gun and you have to do some kind of comeback. They are holding well. Yeah, pretty tough round for Yogurt.
It is. It would be indeed a very tough round for them. If they're covering the Type 5, I think it's 3-0, but instead it's 2-1 for W, who finally find something, and they need to continue off of this first round into the second and snowball into the third.
Yeah, they do find something. I like that Yogurt have personality, you know, they play their bat, their Foch. In my opinion, it's very light for this meta. But I like that they have this personality, so I guess the second round on Ensk is gonna be quite interesting. We see here terms of damage, nothing too special. Frugo going down with 2 shots. He was the first tank pushing, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he was also pushing the Type 5, and he ended up taking up all of the damage. So
yeah, I mean, sometimes you need to take one for the team. It is what it is. It's not solo duo, right? To bait your teammates. And yeah, good round for W. 2-1. Interesting to see if they can continue the comeback.
I do not see why they would not be able to continue doing so. It is their map pick after all. but Yogurt still has a prime opportunity to make it 3-1. Nonetheless, they are in the driving seat still, and boy oh boy would they be happy if they do it.
Yeah, I mean, I bet other teams would be happy as well, right? If you think about it.
Not Vortex though.
Not Vortex, but maybe some other higher rated teams in the standings. But yeah, as you said, I feel like, you know, a team like W with experience, they've also shown that they will not give up in these kind of situations. I feel like, yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't continue this good performance on Ensk. However, as I've said many times since I've been here, it is Onslaught. We saw 2 good rounds from Yogurt on Sand River, and anything can really happen. So it's going to be interesting.
Maybe less personality picks though by Yogurt would help.
Yeah. I'm curious to see if they will try to play more solid as a lineup, and how will that go, because it's not easy. It's not easy to play against good, experienced teams. And we see here W picking 5 Type 5 heavies, 1 BZ, and 1 Foch. No Inspire on this map.
Interesting. Yogurt again with a personality lineup. Type 5, Bat, double Foch B, and triple E4. Now the Bat will really struggle in this one. The Foch Bs also.
Yeah. 2 tanks that struggle. However, if Yogurt manage in some way, they have the Bat for that initial spot. They do have 3 E4s, right? If they can slow the game down and slowly, you know, get some damage here and there on the types, it could go their way. But we see the HP difference is huge. 5k extra HP on the side of W is going to be very hard to recover for Yogurt.
Double Type 5 getting spotted out at the back. They do take some damage initially already, minus 1.5k, so it's now 4,000 HP lead for W. Nonetheless, the BZ is on the cap though, but he needs to be really careful from the double Foch B that could pressure in the city at any given point and get crossfire. And now triple cap's about to get underway, so those Foch Bs will have to move. There's a Foch B from W matching their energy though, and Rahmedik will push on towards that strike on the east. But a lot of repush potential for W if they opt to go for it.
Yeah, there is a problem. Yogurt still hasn't picked up any strikes, which means that they are forced to come quite close. They do get a big volley into Itox. And yeah, as I said, Yogurt are forced to come close. They will fight, but W have a lot of HP, which has evened out quite a lot.
Rahmedik will take the strike on the east, and those E4s are putting a number into the tanks from W, and they're not missing. That's the thing, they're not missing. And there's already a miss from Frugo on towards Shelby, and now the double Foch B from Yogurt getting chased down, but these Type 5s are bleeding. They're getting battered, they're getting bruised. Yolo has 3 shells available. He faces off against Squeezy. That's going to be a zero-sum trade for either of those though. Both of the abilities get activated, and Invo popping his ability now, starting to chase Squeezy, and Squeezy's on the run in his own Foch B. Yolo still coming off of reload, 2000 HP. Rahmedik keeping 2 guys occupied right now though, and Invo I think realizes the potential or the looming threat of him getting repushed once more, and he decides to back off. But now Rahmedik in trouble, getting pressured by double Type 5, so it will be onto Yogurt once more to get something going. And Invo doesn't have ability right now, but will have it very, very soon. Now though, we see in return, Yogurt realize they're losing their FC on the BZ. They're pressuring back up. Aphrodite is actually going to shoot towards the left, wants to help his team on 1-2 line. Itox is the one taking it, and Shelby dropping Ios towards a one-shot as well. Both Frugo and Ios towards one-shots, but they're starting to heal. Will they get enough out of that? That's a good question. Frugo now pops his heal as well. Can they get above that magical 750 boundary as Rahmedik will fall on the field? No, they cannot, as Ios goes down. Itox follows him to the grave. Rahmedik will die on the east, and Shelby will die in the middle. Mentos getting blocked out, but Yogurt coming in now with their own little repush on towards Mentos, on towards that BZ75, and Aphrodite with the block is doing pretty good and puts him down as well. The star player from Yogurt puts down Mentos into the grave, and now 4 tanks left standing from W, and surely Yogurt in a position right now to make this game There's Aphrodite, will be able to reset the cap if needed. Liquor has a strike as well. He does not even get reset on time. There it comes through, but definitely a one-shot after this, and Aphrodite now getting peeked by Klurf. Info holding Squeezy. YOLO coming in with his own Forge B, and Squeezy will not be able to survive another Forge B. The tanks that were pretty hard to play, and it seems like they've played them pretty perfectly, as YOLO will find Squeezy. It was close, but no cigar for Squeezy. Now 3 tanks left standing, make it 2 for W, and the upset about to go underway as Invo, Aphrodite, and YOLO are going to finish the job, and W sent backing with a 3-1 scoreline.
Yeah, what a round, what a round. We saw there Rahmedik holding there against double type 5. He bought a lot of time, right, Daki? I mean,
I just want to
this
say
performance of Rahmedik, I don't know.
We should stick to what was shown on screen.
That's
what I'm gonna. No,
you were not 2 steps ahead. You were 5 steps ahead.
I was so far ahead that I was ahead of myself as well.
Yeah.
No, yeah. It's okay. You bring like 30,000 HP, but they need to catch something still.
Yeah, I mean,
the Forge Bs did well, not being out of position, not getting caught. So they did a good job. Probably, yeah, I was gonna say didn't do the greatest amount of damage, especially on Invo with like 2k, but those E4s, man, just having a field day. YOLO doing a very good job as well in his Forge B, and nobody really getting caught out. And even the Bacha, to be honest, has a really good game in this tough matchup where a lot of tanks are very strong against it. Does 4k. Good stuff across the board, and even Rahmedik, man, he does 4.3 in that situation. So
yeah, very good stuff, right? I mean, it's not only the damage, but the amount of time that he made those types.
That's what you get when you don't have any DPM though on the W side. Like, who's going to kill the type quickly?
Yeah, and
there's no burst. There's no 140 either.
Yeah. I would personally prefer a 140 in this lineup over the Foch, for example, right? I feel like a 140 could really boost that DPM.
Yeah, it used to be Z2 cap, so you would have to trade out the Foch or one of the types.
Yeah, I mean, good stuff there from Aphrodite. 7,000 damage. Obviously, it's not very hard. I mean, it's not easy either, right?
When I look at my teammates in Onslaught, 7k looks like a miracle for most of them.
Yeah. But we see here Yogurt completing the upset. I don't think anyone really expected this.
It's really bad for Vortex. Really,
for Vortex,
really bad.
It is really bad. But also W have a very tough match last match day, and
the bigger issue remains though that for Vortex to move on, now they need to beat Cashback, and then they need to beat Yogurt on Tuesday.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have an easy job, and in terms of W, which obviously, you know, aspire for that top 4, right? At least top 4. It's looking very hard because these are the games that we said, for example, Weekend are, you know, putting up the points, destroying these mid-table teams, and these points do add up with time, and yeah, it's not very good for a team like W dropping points in these kind of games.
What do you think is the problem right now for W? Because normally they should roll over an opponent like Yogurt, no matter how bad of a first phase they're having.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. That's what I expected as well, but we saw that for example, that first round where W had everything, you know, they had the 4 strikes, maybe even 5.
That is the worst round of them all, actually.
It's a bit worrying that a team like W doesn't, you know, capitalize or finish a game like this. And yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit lost for words, to be honest.
I mean, I think they're pretty much guaranteed to make it to phase 2 still. I don't think that's something to really worry about just because of how tough it is for Vortex. And I think if Vortex loses against Cashback, it's basically like a sealed deal who's going through, right? But I think for them, the bigger worry is they have, what is it, 6 points right now? 6 points? Well, Weekend has 14. you know, for example. So even in phase 2, that's 3 matches to get over that. And depending on what the Mafia does, for example, like if Mafia wins and Cashback wins, they're going to be like 2 matches behind almost anybody.
Yeah, definitely. As you said, I mean, dropping points in phase 1, you know, you might think that it's phase 1, you can recover, but it's going to be a very steep mountain to recover. I mean, it's tough, as you said. W might be a BO9 type of, you know, team, might be copium from my side, but yeah, we'll have to wait.
A BO9 team, but the thing is, though, the next phase is BO7, not BO9, so...
True. That's true as well. I mean, they are a BO9 team for sure, as we've seen in playoffs. But, yeah, BO7, you're right. Yeah, I mean...
Well, worrying times if you're a W fan. However, still plenty of action to come your way. That was the second match of the day. 3 to go. We're going to take it away with some replays. When we come back, the action will continue.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Frau Enkel, allow me to introduce you to the culmination of our engineering, Götterfaust.
Beautiful. I want to see it kill.
Fine. Watch. Control, this is Blastwitz. I've got their toy.
William, be careful. More tanks incoming.
You build it, I break it. They want a monster? Let's give them a nightmare.
That was just one battle. If you want to keep that tank, you'll have to fight through the rest.
Well, welcome back. Quick reminder for everyone, by the way, about the Battle Pass Wolfenstein. That one, I think, ends today or tonight. So if you still want to get your hands on the E65, then definitely you should finish it today. That being said, though, Daki, how the mighty have fallen. W with another loss, yet again, in the Phase 1 of the AMD OLS Season 4 here in the Phase 1. It's starting to look kind of grim for them. Losing to Yogurt, which at this point you could consider to be a direct competitor, not taking any points off them. Not good, not optimal.
W's fate is still in their own hands, Ducky hand. Nonetheless, that is for later. There's still a big thing to happen for them to actually go out of Phase 1. It's unlikely, but a big match about to happen here. Mafia taking on Weekend. Weekend currently dominant #1 in Season 4. The team coming in and actually rolling over everybody. But the question is, can they continue this pace?
Exactly. Can they keep it up is the question. So far, they've been able to do so. I think they stand undefeated right now, only dropping 2 rounds towards cashback, which arguably should have only been 1. First of all, though, the tried and tested Mafia lineup in front of you here. The European first seed at WCI later in November, but right now, not even able to keep up with the likes of Weekend that, at this point in time, they have looked absolutely stellar.
Yeah, and they have the highest kill to death ratio player out of them all in their team.
I mean, yeah, Kano been absolutely delivering. Then again, I mean, if you don't die, then of course your KD is going to be high.
Hater. Yeah,
sorry?
I said you're a hater. You know, he's just playing that well.
All right.
He's definitely trying to make sure he doesn't die, though.
I mean, first of all, Orzhek coming in here, 0.8 KD. I mean, yeah, not that great, but the average damage, though, 4.1k, 86% pen rate as well. And he does so in tanks that, well, do have kind of good penetration. E50M and Centurion with the heat do well against Type 5s, and the E4. We've talked enough about it. There is not a lot of armor in the game that holds up against the 375 APCR.
No, it's not much that does that. But 49 to 51, showed us at the beginning of the season and everybody's like, you're crazy. Showed us now and everybody's like, only 51 for Weekend. Could even be a little higher.
Yeah, I mean, split dead even, essentially, here. That is a 50-50 if I've ever seen one. Not the 2020 vision on my part, though. But yeah, Mafia slightly not favored against Weekend, and that is not necessarily because Mafia have been doing badly. I think it's just because Weekend have been playing absolutely out of their damn freaking mind.
Yeah, but still the question is, can they keep this up? Because normally you're supposed to grow throughout the season. You know, you gotta be careful not to peak too soon. W's definitely got that nailed down perfectly. They're not peaking at all. It's more like a flat line, but you know, maybe with somebody on their team knows first aid.
Let's see. First of all, though, map pick and bans Himmelsdorf and Pilsen getting removed, leaving us with a hopefully furious first 2 rounds on Moravanka to start it off, and I don't think it's going to really calm down from there on, as Cliff is going to be our map number 2, and if it goes the distance, Ensk would be the tiebreaker. Once again, I think 3 very, very quick maps in between those 2 teams.
Let's see... What is
Cliff?
Yeah, Cliff is going to be... I mean, Mafia is never the fastest team, though.
Mm-hmm. And I think Weekend, just with a statement pick here, Cliff is normally a map that you pick if you're absolutely sure that in the shootout you're just going to have the better reactions and calls. So I think Weekend realizing that they're now to be considered one of the big kids on the block. And I mean, the Moravanka pick as well by Mafia, I think it suits them pretty well, because you can play fast, but you can, as you mentioned, also play slow. And yeah, I think Moravanka is also one of those maps where the communication in between the players is absolutely crucial, because, well, there is going to be a bunch of different engagements happening everywhere around the map, and caster predictions, I mean, split right down the middle. Although Moff and Phil are saying it's going to be a 3-1, so confident Weekend victory. Both of us going with Mafia, but you're saying the experience that team from Poland have is going to make it pretty easy for them.
Yeah, I kind of believe in Mafia still, to be honest, like a very solid team, and I believe that Weekend might hit a reality check here against Mafia. That's how I looked at it.
Yeah, for me it was... Really, I wasn't able to properly predict what was going on, because I think Weekend time and time again have shown that they can go up against favorites and absolutely win it, but with the role maybe even shifting a little bit now, how are they going to keep up with it? Because it's one thing to be like chasing the champions, it is an entirely different thing to all of a sudden be running away with it and you're the one being chased. It leads to a lot more studying of your tactics by other teams as well, so maybe you're starting to run into the issue where people just start countering what you do because, well, you're the one to look out for, so people naturally take more time to think about what to play against you. That is all theory, though. We are going in towards some practice, and that is going to be the match in between Mafia and Weekend. Mafia coming in with a CS, triple 50M, a 140, an EBR, and an RHM, so double light.
We can return double BZ, double 50M, and a 140, a Bliskovice, and a Tasak to round it off. So Mafia does have that light advantage that they really need to exploit.
Weekend, though, picking the Tesak, I mean, it's a very versatile little light tank over there. It can basically hold down the firing key, the left mouse button, and by doing that, you're essentially locking the other team out of capturing information points, as Sunshine sets himself up to do just that. But currently, finally, Conrad starts taking the info tower. Never mind, that's Profuse, and he does get reset, I believe, by Sunshine, as YOLO has used the plane, doesn't have a replane available, so not more than 4 people.
And now he's going to be spotting out a lot of tanks coming 1-2 line, though no, he's actually not going to see it. They're bypassing him altogether. Now spots out the object 140, and they will turn around on towards him altogether. Big shot there coming out, though. YOLO in trouble now in that RHM, minus 2.3, and he's dead. The Weekend 1-2 push, the round on one star strategy, if you want to call it that way, finds the RHM immediately.
Maybe a little bit of unlucky timing for the RHM, but it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, he is going down. Yuzek and Profuse trying to go to fallback positions where Orzhek and Rexar can actually support them. Clownzik now starting to take a lot of damage off his own as well, down towards 1k. Yuzek still very healthy. A good, well-placed strike is going to make it difficult for those BZs, but Yuzek is starting to run out of HP on his own.
Yeah, Yuzek falling, but look at the HP key hand. In the meantime, Mafia has clawed it back even after losing that light tank initially. Now they're playing on the 3-4 line, though. They have a 3 still with Profuse, and Iset takes a face full of damage as well in that Bliskovice. Trash Panda crossing over now, though. There's nobody to stop that as Profuse is just farming the tanks in front of him, and nobody's watching A3, so he's going to get surprised by that BZ, and then there has to be a Mafia reaction, because if A3 falls, the game will fall with it. But for Trash Panda, that's a BZ facing off against an Object 140, a newly improved Object 140, may I add as well.
Yeah, the DPM on this self-inspiring tank is going to be absolutely brutal, but for now, Trash Panda seems to be able to keep it up. I said down towards a one-shot, same thing for Kano as well. It seems like Weekend starting to run out of steam a little bit, but Conrad getting caught on the upside as well. I said falls to the grave too. Evilok dodging the strike here. It all comes down to A3. Who is going to reign supreme here? Is it going to be the 140 or the BZ? As Hellrap getting caught by Rexar as well. Orzhek from the sidelines, pretty healthy still. The EBR able to run away for Mafia.
Yeah, Kuna backing out and Profuse finds Trash Panda. We talked about it. That's the BZ facing off against a very high TPM medium tank, and the Sax really struggles in this kind of engagement to do just enough, and Mafia shut it down. Even with losing YOLO immediately, we can continue down the push, though there's a bit of a problem there. I mean, the first one was Clownsick, I think, driving through the open in that BZ, losing most of his HP, big strikes coming out as well, and last but not least, not sending enough to A3 to kill the 140.
Yeah, and Mafia do something that not a lot of other teams have been able to do so far, which is actually take a round off of Weekend, the hype train that team was on. Kind of, you know, the brakes being applied a little bit. But yeah, I think the reaction from Mafia upon seeing the opening from Weekend was really good. I mean, of course, unfortunate for the RHM, but everything after that worked out pretty well.
There goes the kill-death ratio and the DPG in one game.
Oh no.
Oh, anyways. Oh no, anyway. So not a good 140 game there for Kano at all in return. Not a good Desak game either, to be honest. 1.1, not really what you expect. In return, YOLO does 0, but Kono already doing 2 times as much as the Desak does, you know, starts making up for that. But then Rexar, Orzhek, Profoods, big numbers from those tanks. Big numbers, very good stuff. Keeping their cool, calm, and composure, set up the crossfire, hit the shots importantly, and I think Weekend kind of fed it a little bit though. Clownsick, for example, didn't need to drive through the open like that. Could have kept his HP. They could have pushed better. That would be 1.5k extra, and we saw that the HP was pretty close, so losing 1.5k for free, it matters.
And the thing is as well, Mafia just played without a heavy tank at all, without any brawler TDs. It was just those nimble mediums. And yeah, I mean, E50M can cosplay as a heavy maybe, but it still is a medium at the end of the day. If you get to its side, it has absolutely no armor whatsoever. So I think Mafia doing a good job by building the crossfires with the high DPM and not losing any guns, well, except for the RHM too early.
I mean, YOLO baited them into a false sense of security, and it ended up working out. But Mafia show us that Weekend can be stopped, and they do it in a very successful manner as well. With only 6 tanks, now imagine what they could do with 7.
Well, let's see what's going to happen here. I think important to mention as well is that on the lineup of Mafia, we had, well, a lot of DPM with all of those mediums, but we didn't really have a lot of meat, right? The RHM and the EBR, they don't have DPM, they don't have HP, they don't have armor. So I think Mafia really, with excellent timings on the mediums, to go back into positions where then they forced BZs to push over the open. And you could also see the Bliska. It is a great tank in frontal engagement, but as soon as you go to like the top of the hill and you have to like spin around like a turret, that's when you lose your armor. You also don't want to use your ability, because then you end up getting permatracked, and because of the narrow gun arc, you start being useless. So yeah, Mafia with all the best reactions here in this first round. Can they double down is the question. Now, however, they do switch it up. It is going to be a singular heavy on their team. It seems BZ75 together with 4 E50Ms, a K91, and a 140.
In return, a 140, an RHM, a Leo, an E50M, and triple BZ for Weekend. They're the team that really loves these BZs.
And to be honest, they can work out really well. It's a big chunk of big ol' HP that's driving around the map rather quickly, as long as you still have boosters remaining. Now, though, it's also going to be the battle of Leopard 1 against K91. So absurd DPM against better single-shot damage in the Baby Strike department.
4 tanks to 1-2 line from Weekend. 4 tanks towards the forest for Mafia. They seem to be sticking the radio tower with Profuse. Sunshine immediately pops the plane. Profuse taking 1 or 2 shots there. It's going to have to back off. They realize now that the plane is available. But in return, they do take Oh, a nice amount of neutral objectives, mainly that strike in the middle and potentially even the strike in the east. In return, Trash Panda will be taking the info tower. Nobody to stop him from that one.
And that is going to mean full information available for the team of Weekend. So for the first time in this game, they're going to see what exactly Mafia are up to. Although I don't think anyone is really pushable. That is a very, very annoying lineup to try and push into if you're Weekend, just because there is a lot of DPM scattered around the map. You'd be driving into crossfire, while, for example, YOLO is pretty safe. You would have to peek around and open yourself to a lot of counter. Conrad, though, taking a shot of damage while he was staying in the cap, trying to, you know, get a little bit of vision and information. But Sunshine in that bush, you're never going to see him if you're Conrad.
He ends up taking a little bit of damage, but for those BZs to work, you need like a chip game. Sunshine immediately playing in Kono. Kono baits it though. Light player himself quite often, so understands the ways to make that work, and he baits it, and the plane is wasted from Sunshine, which means that Kono could go simply back in it when he wants to. So really good stuff there from Kono. Evolok might try to capture that eastern strike, but
that was not long enough for Kono to stay unspotted. So basically Sunshine still gets the replane off of that experience here. So yeah, Kono with a good bait, but then a little bit too eager here. Sunshine using another plane. So now he's going to be back down to 0. But at this point in time, maybe cap is starting to become an issue. Evolok looking to pick up the strike, but sees Yuzek and decides to turn around. Yeah,
but they still need to reset though for the side of Weekend. Like, who's actually going to get the reset? Is it going to have to be Sunshine to find it in the lonely RHM? It does look like it's going to have to be Sunshine that's coming in now, but there's nobody behind him. The info has been taken by Mafia. Sunshine will have to throw everything at it to actually be able to reset that, and Mafia is training the guns towards that as well. Sunshine going to be forced to go in with the RHM. He's going to go up and over. Conrad already waiting. The damage is dealt. That's minus 1.5k, and one RHM from the other side had a early demise, and in this battle it looks like the RHM from Weekend is having a similar start. If Conrad could find it here, he's coming off of reload using the boosters, and he nails it as well. Weekend down one player already. It's Sunshine that had to make the reset.
Yeah, last round it looked like Weekend were pulling a magic trick on the RHM, but Mafia are like, hold our beer, we are magicians too, we can do the same thing. So the RHM is going to be out. That is a crucial tank to lose this early in the game, as Trash Panda is trying to take the artillery strike tower, but YOLO could still reset if he wants to, never mind the track taken off by a different tank. So all of a sudden we find ourselves at even HP, but as I said, that losing the RHM can be very problematic because you also don't get the information on towards where the tanks in the cap actually are.
Gotta be careful with Yuzek's position though. He seems to be getting chipped down ever so slightly. He's running away now, but he's taking damage for this. It's not a clean run. They don't have a plane for him though, so he will make it out. Nonetheless, in the meantime, the K91 kind of running into an Object 140 as well. Kono versus Kano on 1-2 line. 8 seconds left on the cap. Does Trash Panda take the strike on time? I don't think so. There is the one strike that they had from the east that they picked up now, and Conrad taking a lot of damage to drive off from this cap, and the 140 is having a field day with that, starting to get a lot out of it as well. Pops the Inspire, and YOLO in return in the middle of the map, getting pressured out as well in the D50M, getting chipped down. HP even, so even Weekend now showing that even without a light, they are pretty confident themselves into their capabilities. They're now starting to lead the match in terms of HP as well. But Kano, as much as he's never been caught really this time around, he's hanging out in the open. Gets picked up as well, chased down by an E50M, and Mafia back in control.
Yeah, the E50M is like, good DPM that you have, bro, but I have my ability. Yuzek has made it kind of out. He makes it behind the building as well. So Mafia are able to keep him in the game at this point in time. And it looks like Mafia have really found the opening here. They do have a lot of crossfire on towards the tanks by Weekend. Weekend would have to commit in here because the tanks of Mafia are starting to hide behind the houses. They're really just having to wait here because from the other side comes the support. Kono and Rex are both starting to put fire into the tanks of Weekend that are pushed up.
Orchek's simply going to start repushing the south together with Yuzek. He can do this. Yuzek getting despotted every so often, able to peek from Fade. And then now Orchek pushing up. Profus coming close as well. They want to push these guys out in the open for the ones that are sitting on the 3-4 line, but they're getting repressured themselves by the BZ. Rexar is getting pushed now by the only healthy BZ that Weekend still has, which is Hellra, but he has Kono in support for the side of Rexar, and Kono in that K91 gonna be pretty annoying for this Leopard 1 as well. The strike will hit home, that's 500, but most importantly makes them 2 one-shots, and Orchek winning the trade in the south as well, as Weekend starts dropping like flies. It's just Evil left, and Mafia show Weekend that the great can fall just as easily when they meet a team capable of doing it. Mafia 2-0 over Weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Weekend here on that train of continuous wins. It completely goes off the rails here, and instead Mafia proving to be an absolute roadblock in the way of Weekend. I think that was very maturely played by Mafia as well here. You know, be aggressive where you can be, but hold your horses where you need to. So overall, I think great reactions once again. And well, we now saw 2 times in a row the RHM that spawns from the north side completely getting blasted, getting caught out. Unfortunate timings, or maybe a bad tank pick for that side of the map?
In this case, he was kind of forced to just reset, so it's not like really down to the tank pick. It's just they had no control over strike, so somebody has to reset. And with Sunshine, he does 15 damage in that RHM and HE shell, of course, to decap. And they almost recovered after, man.
Yeah, it even though Sunshine essentially had to suicide his tank, it wasn't like it didn't look like it was terribly decided still, which underlines how good of a team Weekend have become. But I think also the experience on the Mafia team really then paying out. You see only YOLO dying, and this just speaks to the fact that every single player on the Mafia team, as soon as they drop to kind of lowish HP, they're like, all right, time to dial it back a little bit. My gun in the game is more important than anything else right now. This means Mafia's map pick of Moravanka completely works out in their favor. 2-0 match point. Weekend now have to respond on their own pick of Cliff.
And they're going to have one hell of a response as well. Because they're down to 0. Ideally, I have them in 1 round, you know. But in terms of predictions, Keyhand, let me look back at it. You know, Moff in shambles, Phil in shambles. Maybe not in shambles just yet, but close to it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, no, I want them to win 2 rounds. No, sorry. 1 round would make you right. No.
No. You have 3-1 for Mafia. I think I have the 3-2. So I want Cliff to be won by Weekend.
No, but
and Mafia recovers.
Shows me that I have 3-2 and you have 3-1.
Oh, all right. Well,
all of a sudden he starts like smiling, you know?
Let's split the map then, right?
Right. It's all of a sudden, huh?
But anyway, first of all, I think what needs to happen for this to become a competitive match is that we can need to pick up the first round, and then we can go from there, right? Because if Mafia ends up winning this one, all of us blabbering about it doesn't mean anything.
I think Weekend needs to juice back up and rehydrate, and what better way to do that than with the Onslaught mug, right, Kian?
Of course, I'm going to show that one maybe when we load back out of the game. Have it beside me, actually.
Unbelievable.
But yeah, I think Weekend, it's also the first time this season that they haven't been in this position right now. If you think back to the match against
Minus
Cashback,
mental.
Yeah, in the match against Cashback, they also went up 2-0. So they were either, so far in the OLS, they were either on the same footing regarding points or ahead. They have never been in the position where they have been trailing in a match.
I mean, I honestly, like you said, they haven't been in this position, so I don't think that they'll be able to recover from it.
Yeah. I mean, well, let's see. Cliff can be kind of a flip map as well, right? A lot of weird things can happen on Cliff. Let's see if this is going to be one of those games. Mafia coming in with quadruple BZ, W50M, and the STB. I don't really like the choice of that tank, but maybe Profuse can make it work.
Yeah, I don't like the speed here, but they're facing off against 5 BZs, a CS, and an Object 140.
So essentially, Weekend and Mafia trading a little bit of sustain in the fight for a little bit of DPM. Those C50Ms, if they're staying in the fight uncontested, they are really going to start ripping through those HP of the BZ-75s. On the other hand, I mean, Evil playing the CS, that's a very, very quick medium tank that you can use in a lot of positions. It's not going to happen in this game, but normally it also wins out on the hill against the likes of RHMs. But of course, Mafia didn't pick one of those. That being said, though, Mafia booking it to the middle with all of their BZs, while Evil drives over the donut, takes a shot for his troubles, though.
Both teams arriving now towards that middle area, and you can see Mafia actually opting for the repush. They know that there's 4 tanks crossed over. They're only crossing with 2 BZs of their own, though, which is Conrad and Rexer, who are going to be holding close. They're going to have to be very careful, because they're facing off against a superior number of guns in superior positions as well. They're getting striked, and this cross from Mafia could be very costly. Now they're sending more tanks across, but they are bleeding as well. They're about to pull up with 5 tanks in total, but already before that, Conrad very, very low. And now YOLO's still struggling behind. E50M is coming in now, but here comes the repush though on towards Trash Panda. The good thing is for Mafia, they can keep the low HPs alive at the very least, as Profuse in the middle of the map is getting pressured as well. And now the E50M and the 140 keeping each other locked down. Yuze, can he get one more shot out? Yes, he can. Conrad comes in with the finish as well. And so far, Mafia, it didn't look that pretty, but they are making the kills come their way. But Weekend trading it back as well. And now Kono in that E50M, that's a good focus for the side of Weekend, getting the DPM out of the battle. Clownsdick chasing, even trying to ram, will not happen. Conrad getting rammed by Iceset from behind, but Kono falling, and the Object 140 having a pretty decent time right now. In returns, the E50M from Mafia not really contributing.
And Evil getting rammed here by YOLO is not going to help either. Iceset now trying to turn around on towards YOLO. He's the lower target. Oh, the shot by Evil. He barely stays alive on 10 HP. Iceset trying to shield the shot, but Rexa to pick it up, and all of a sudden it is a 2 versus 2 on the donut. Meanwhile, on the hill, though, the 1v1 is still ongoing, but it goes Profuse's way. So now we have a 3 versus 3
Good
with the HP
Rexer.
advantage for Weekend.
Good block from Rexer. Wants to keep Clownsdick in position. Realizes that Clownsdick trying to boost out. Can he get past? I don't think so. Profuse, does he have an angle? It doesn't look like it. Rexer is going to adjust back now. Rexer gives the big shot, but Orchek losing on the one line as well. Profuse not able to get the shot out. Good peek there from Iceset as well. Rexer now with the Inspire. Can he get it before Clownsdick? He does actually. Clownsdick was reloaded, and now Orchek facing off against Kano, who misses his first shot. The star player from Weekend might just be fluffing it, as Orchek has the prime possibility to pick it up. Another bounce from the 140. That's 2 out of 3 shots. Bounce, and Orchek does not miss those. He finds the kill, but it's not over just yet. Iceset has everything to play with. A BZ, 1200 HP, a strike, and a 1-shot on top of the hill.
And he just picked up the strike as well. And if you take a look here, Profuse is of course in a big trouble here with those 60 HP of his. That is a very, very easy 1-strike, as Iceset gets spotted by Profuse. Profuse now firing. I'm not sure if he actually got spotted here. Maybe having a little bit of a grass double bush area. So Iceset starting to run low on this HP as well. Profuse starting to touch the info tower here. Iceset don't think he used the strike here. So Profuse really playing a dangerous game, but so far he's doing it well, as Iceset tries to come up the hill. How many charges on his boost does he still have available is the question. He did not use the strike here, but of course the E50M that is not 1-strikeable is lingering and waiting in C5.
Yeah, that E50M took a good position now. He's holding the crossing, and because of that, needs to be careful with touching Rex though, because that's all stuff that can be seen from airstrike mode. But nonetheless, Iceset knows that E50M is a 1-shot. He also knows that if he goes up towards the hill, he'll be in trouble simply because of the fact that the E50M is not 1-shot to the strike, but it's 1-shot to Iceset. But smart adjustment from Orchek. He is going to go for the strike on the 2-line. Profuse is going to watch the crossing. Profuse should give 2 shots, so 720, and then strike. And shot from Orchek would be enough. But, of course, Iceset has the strike. So if he crosses back towards 1-2 line, he could kill Profuse before that second shot comes in.
Well, we'll have to see how this one goes. Orchek now starting to pick up the strike, and here you can really start seeing how difficult it is in those 1 versus 2 scenarios. We do see him starting to drive over, looks at the hill though with his own artillery strike. Orzhek has now taken it,
one shot.
and oh, that is a good strike coming through by Iset. That goes down towards a 1-shot here as well now, and the E50M with the absolute reload inspired by the STB. Still, Mafia are going to rocket home 3-0 clean sweep against the current leaders in the OLS.
STB, I need help, and he does come to help out, actually. Ends up working out for the side of Mafia, but what a tough game if you're a Weekend fan and Weekend player even. That, you know, before Kano has I think the highest DP between the team, plays the 140 all the time, but bounces 2 crucial shots and Orzhek in return. Puts the nail on the coffin, 7.1k damage, and let's be real, the crossing from Mafia in the beginning was not pretty. They took a lot of damage for that, and then they bring it back. The STB does great as well. Really, really, really good damage from that STB. Survives, crucial, but the 140, just the double bounce, man.
Yeah, I think it's it's also important to keep in mind, right? If he at least connects one of those 2 shots on towards the E50M, then that one is 1 strikeable as well, which means that Orzhek all of a sudden cannot pick up the strike.
It means Iset goes on the hill. It doesn't mean it doesn't even mean that Orzhek goes to the strike. It means that Iset can just drive on the hill, take the radio tower, and kill one of them. If the extra shot is hit, and if the E50 shoots him from C5, gets spotted, he gets striked. You know, there's. So, like, the 2 bounces was the worst case scenario.
Exactly. And this means that Mafia completes something that no other team has done so far in the season. They actually do defeat Weekend, and in what a fashion. 3-0. Today's matches are kind of a roller coaster of results. If I were to bet my points in Twitch chat right now, I wouldn't know who to go for, really, in some of those. But yeah, maybe it helps all of you with predicting a little bit when it comes to the OLS prize pool and your bundles that you can still buy. Of course, still be some time for you guys to pick it up. But at the end of the day, I mean, you need to decide. You can obviously increase your chances by buying more than 1 bundle. And Ducky, just so you can have a look at it, here is once again, of course, the Onslaught mug as well. But that all being said and done, thank you very much for casting with me. I think for you, that was it today. After the stream, we're obviously going to raid you. But now, back to some replays and then right back into the action.
Series Season 4 has arrived. And with it comes the chance to reward the players and yourself too. Boost the prize pool by purchasing team bundles. If the team you rooted for with a bundle wins, so do you by being able to upgrade the included style to a shiny golden version. Contribute now. The
Hello and welcome back to the last OLS match, although not the last match on the stream today. It is going to be two teams that, well, you would be not mistaken for making out a clear favorite here, and I don't think that one is Vortex, Moff.
That may be, Key. But does being the favorite really mean anything anymore? We've seen the name value that teams have carried from previous seasons. It doesn't actually mean a whole lot. I wonder which team I could be referring to there. And Cashback, you know, they had their own fall from grace, but nowhere near as dramatic as the team that I'm alluding to. Vortex, however, the international team that was promoted into the OLS, they've given it like a couple of goes at it in the previous seasons in the OCS and in the lower division. They've been changing players, changing rosters quite a lot, and I thought it was a bit unfortunate that this team, when they finally get promoted, their team captain was Andrea, who's not in the lineup, but you won't recognize the name because he's not playing in the team. But unfortunately for him, he was busy with real life stuff going on. He's still helping out with the team in strats and stuff, but just unable to be there in the present. But at the moment, Mindbreaker on the screen, 3.3k average damage, pen rate. I always think that's the most important stat to pay attention to, because it's not about how many times you get to shoot in a round, it's about connecting the shots that you do manage to get.
Then again, every shot you don't take is a missed one, basically. But yeah, Mindbreaker also a 2KD here, which is obviously influenced by Cashback. So far, doing all right, to be honest. They had a lot of changes compared to Season 3 as well in regards to players, but so far it doesn't really seem to have hurt them. Community prediction, 87% to Cashback, 13 to Vortex. I can see it, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable. Cashback, like some of the other predictions, we had like over 90% for one of the teams, but I think Cashback haven't had the same prowess, the same sort of fear factor they've had in previous seasons, but still a very strong and to be feared team nonetheless. Vortex going to be coming in with their first map pick, which is Pilsen. Then we're going to go on to Sand River, and Muravanka will be the tiebreaker.
I'm not sure if Vortex are making it easy on themselves with this map pick and ban, because I think Pilsen is one of those maps that Cashback are extremely comfortable on. I remember them picking it quite a few times as well, and them also pulling a few strats out of the bag on that map. So we'll have to wait and see. Maybe Vortex also have something completely different planned. Maybe they read something into how Cashback has been playing the map so far. Of course, Sand River is going to be an interesting one as well. I think Sand River was the map where Cashback was able to take rounds off of Weekend, 2 of those, and well, before today that would have sounded like a very impressive feat, but now it's not only Sand River on which Weekend have lost any rounds.
Yeah, who even knows anymore what the pecking order is? Predictions coming in 3-0 for me, yourself, and Phil. Daki going with the 3-1, but maybe his prediction's wrong. Maybe he actually predicted Vortex 3-1, but he's got a bit of like magic about his predictions at the moment. He just seems to be foreseeing the future. Going for the Mafia, I mean, you also went for Mafia 3-2 in tiebreaker, but I honestly thought, like, the form the Weekend's shown so far in the series, that it would have been a far closer match. Of course, it's only a best of 5, so it can really, it can end very quickly before you even get any rounds on the board. You can't always read too much into them.
I mean, the thing is with the predictions, right? Whenever they directly come true, you look like an absolute mastermind, and when they don't, then, well, whatever. But especially with the amount of upsets that we've had, not only today, but I think over the past like 2 to 3 play days as well, it's very hard to rack up a lot of points for us being the casters here. As at the end of the day, it's the teams deciding how the outcome is going to look. But yeah, I think here it's very, very fair to go with a 3-1 or 3-0 even for cashback, because let's be real, the only points that Vortex have managed to pick up was against Carrillo, and they are not looking too sharp at this point in time either. Vortex, though, coming in with an E100 of all things, together with, never mind, it does get switched away, so a Type 5, WE50M, 140 Foshby, E4, and RHM.
Yeah, E100, old meta, it's old news. Godzilla is in his prime right now. Cashback also bringing a Type 5 Heavy, CS63, K91, Object 140 Inspire, Foshby, E4, and an RHM. So both teams playing with the light. I'd say both teams have a pretty balanced lineup. Like, they've both got the meat, the anchor tanks, and the Type 5s, some E4s, some pushing tanks, like E50Ms and Foshbys, and they're both playing with a light as well. Just the 3 tanks spotted on Vortex going towards the field, but that's relatively decent info. Of course, not going to be able to have a replane for Liberty. You need 4 tanks at the start to get an immediate replane available, but just 1 shot of damage will do the trick. Tankistador is pushing into the coal piles here, but Mindbreaker is there to support Liberty at the moment, so they could pressure this light tank away if they wanted.
Well, first of all, the RHMs are going to spot out each other. Miku also getting spotted in the Type 5 of his own for driving towards the middle of the map, and so far no punishment, so he is going to start racking up the strike. The same thing for Ilias in the Foshby, has gone to the west of the map. Good read from Vortex here, understanding that they can take those neutral objectives. A plane goes down on towards Ilias, but of course there is no one that is able to punish. They just wanted to know who's actually taking this strike. Turns out it's a Foshby, so you're not really going to send anyone after him. And now Mindbreaker goes for the strike of his own. Cashback, they need to respond a little bit just because Vortex were able to take so many neutral objectives. Rotation also coming in from Vortex. So you can see on the minimap the WE50Ms being rotated towards the 1 and 2 line as Brainbreaker was able to put a little bit of punish in towards Elias.
Yeah, Liberty dropped the plane just as that Foshby was leaving, so Brainbreaker was able to put in a couple of shots, but the heal ability, I think it was level 1 for Elias, so going to heal a little bit of that back. Mindbreaker has since pushed forwards in his CS63, able to put a good shot in towards Attractive, and you can see the W50M from Vortex. They've actually rotated across the A line, I think twice now. That's the main pushing force, right? They need to figure out where the weak point is and where they want to go with those tanks, because Cashback seem quite content to just sit right now.
And the thing is, on Pilsen as well, if you have Liberty on the opposing team in that RHM, you know that this man can work absolute magic on the coal piles, on the 0 line as well. But I think the main pushing force that you were talking about, the double E50M, they have arrived in the 0 line so far. Don't really seem too content about it. Like, they're not going in, they're not pushing with anything. Maybe they're waiting for more firepower of Vortex to be amassed. But take a look at the HP bars right now. Cashback not having lost a single point. Meanwhile, 3 tanks on the Vortex lineup have been tagged.
Yeah, it's a nice start for Cashback, but ultimately the decisive push almost always makes the difference in the game. And now the Foshby plus Lukin is in his 140. They are making a move in towards the middle. That's going to leave no one on balcony sniping from behind. So they are looking to pressure up here. They might catch Liberty, but like you said, he's really got a sixth sense about these sorts of things, just reads the game so beautifully well, and he recognizes that Tankistador pressuring up in the strike, that means that it's going to be a push from Vortex, and he knows to run away, and pretty much at the exact perfect timing, Vladislav does not get out quite so freely, though, does take some damage. Again, a heal ability popped on a good timing. Liberty continuing to run further, but Cashback, they're looking to hold this with at least 2 mediums.
Well, the RHM actually taking another shot, I believe, by Attractive in the E4, so actually did end up taking a huge chunk of damage. Same can be said for Miku, who takes one into the back from Twilight here, so slowly but surely the Type 5 from Vortex getting crossfired from angles, as Brainbreaker now taking the Western Strike as well. That's going to add more utility to the lineup of Cashback. Both teams now sitting on 2 strikes each, as Miku is starting to pick up a third one for Vortex.
Yeah, both teams building up the nuclear arsenal here. Miku is a pressure point right now, and Twilight could peek him again from behind, but I don't think he wants to take the free damage from the E4. And now Vortex, they've pushed through the south of the map. The E50Ms are arriving just off screen, and Aka has opted to stay behind here in the 140. They do have a pretty nasty crossfire setup. Blind shot on towards Liberty, but you can see Twilight just still able to pressure. Miku does not have the HP to sustain this fight if Twilight just keeps on peeking him, and with only Attractive in covering support, Miku, he decides to drive forwards, but Little is pushed up in his E4 as well, and that's a great pincer from Cashback to get the opening kill.
Indeed, the first tank falling here for Vortex, but the HP still fairly even, all things said and done here. So the problem for Vortex is now they're playing with a man down. Attractive with a good shot in towards Little that didn't have the damage reduction available as well, so that damage is absolutely permanent here. And now Cashback still playing with a man up. Man up. Vortex, it's up to them to make the move. Brainbreaker, though, in the A5 position. Not sure if he wants to be there right now, because there's an almost fully loaded Foch B that can start and will start opening up on towards him. Ilias popping the ability as well on the offside of the screen. A strike coming down too to help against this K91. 1800 HP remain. The RHM Liberty, he's scrambling back, trying to help against Ilias.
Yeah, Brainbreaker, you can see he's got those tank wrecks in front of him, which is going to provide him some sort of cover. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to sit fully safe, because now the E50M is peeking him from the right-hand side. I don't know if Brainbreaker can sit safe. It doesn't appear to be the case, as another shot comes in from downtown, probably from the E4, and Brainbreaker will fall with basically nothing from that situation. That's a big swing back in Vortex's favor.
And also, there was a strike on towards Liberty, bringing him down toward 344 as Aka Mazida has overextended. Goes down to 384. No strikes available for Vortex, but that was a lot more damage than he likely wanted to take. Tankistador with a good read here. Not a good peak, though, at the end of the day. Takes one for nothing, but still in the light tank department. Vortex currently firmly ahead. Same thing for the HP.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter that Tankistador missed that shot, because Aka is still a one-shot for the strike. Strikes do 400 damage. Now, Elias has picked up that radar. Lucan is going to shortly start collecting the strike as well. If they would like it, if Tankistador could get a plane, so just so they could guarantee they get this kill rather than trying to blind strike, but they should be able to pick it up nonetheless. And to be honest, I'm kind of surprised that Aka is actually now. He's breaking distance away from the building, because he recognizes the threat. He knows he's probably going to get striked. So he's going to hug the red line and try and hope that that's enough to dodge it.
Let's see. Artillery strike now available on both sides, but Tankistador doesn't really have a plane right now for him, so he needs to generate the he needs to generate the information in a different way. And so far, Vortex not really opting to use the strike. You can see blind fire coming in towards Aka, but he is really in a Jakefa-esque position there at the red line, as all Little spots out Ilias on the cross here. Good shot in towards that Foch B that now activates the ability for a little bit of improvement when it comes towards the mobility. But so far the shots, finally the first one going in towards Little. Ilias, what is that shooting?
Oh, that was not a good clip. That's 1 out of 6. 1 out of 6 connected there, and he completely missed the heal timing as well, which means he gets absolutely nothing back. So Little somehow managed to take on an entire Foch B by himself. Flappy should be able to finish the job, but now he's deciding to back off as well, because he's getting crossfired from the CS, and both of these teams just throwing away the advantage that they get from one another. Now radar is being taken by Luke and Little. Does he want to peek to try and deny it, because he knows that he's going to be dead probably from strike, or they might go for Aka. 8 seconds left on the cap, though. I just realized they don't have a strike. They did use it on the cap. They just used it in that moment. 20 seconds left now. Cashback, it almost crept up on us. We were just not prepared for that. They went straight into the cap. Tankistador finds the kill. Now he's going to go for the mid strike, but he doesn't have time for this. He's got a block.
Indeed, he needs to go in towards the cap, and that is very dangerous, being close towards a Type 5 with the RHM. That one could load HE as Mindbreaker gets spotted out in the open, though, on the coal pile in the western part of the map. Has an E50M very close. That's a lot of DPM coming his way, and the E50M is not about to stop. Attractive here, taking some damage by the Type 5, but the resets start coming in. Good track shot in towards Tankistador. Mindbreaker, though, falling on the offside, and the Foch B unloading its clip in towards the RHM, but Elias is there to save him. So Vortex now firmly ahead in the game. They are going to take at least a round off of cashback. It seems like we are not done today with the upsets.
Certainly not. And what a round. So many low HPs on the Vortex team as Elias looks to try and find this final kill. But Aka, very sneaky, will manage to just stall it out for a little bit longer. Tiebreaker rules, I suppose, do apply, but this is such a long battle anyway. I can't see this really having any factor in those tiebreaker rules. Tankistador probably going to be able to find the kill. Actually, no, he's just donating points to Aka, just padding his damage a little bit. Very nice guy.
Yeah, Attractive does end up blowing up Aka, though, who stayed alive for a lot longer than he should have. I think maybe the 140 of Aka even had ramming skilled, so that's why the RHM just ended up completely blowing up there. But yeah, Vortex with the first round on the board against Cashback of all things. And I mean, this match not only has implications for Vortex. If they could manage to pick up a match here, that would be 6 points on the board for them. That would put them into contention on the last playday for those spots 5 and 6. And that obviously raises the concerns for other teams as well, because, well, you know, after 5 days, everyone thought like, well, Vortex and Carrillo, it's going to be those two teams that drop out of the OLS after phase 1, but if this trend here now continues with Vortex taking more rounds, the certainties we once held might not be so firm anymore.
Yeah, I think we fall into a trap sometimes. Oh, look at that. Attractive. 7.5 K damage. That's a very attractive damage number performance there.
I think you spent too much time with me starting to make those
proximity to Keyhand. Unfortunately, but nonetheless, it's a very good amount of damage. Miku bottom of the scoreboard, not really able to get much done. Vladislav, actually, pretty much all the damage he did in that game was like right at the end when they desperately made a push to try and kill the light tank. But I think many missteps from both of the two teams in this round.
Yeah. I want to commend Tankistador, though, for the move at the end. I mean, of course, he needs to commit close against the Foch B. Like, yeah, he died, but like the way that he did it, picking up the E4 that his team left standing on the way to the cap, and then arriving just in the nick of time within the Foch B and the Type having to push into Crossfire, that was very, very well done, very well timed as well. But yeah, Vortex with the 1-0 here against Cashback, and normally Cashback is a team that only struggles against, well, Ukrainian and other top teams, but Vortex is neither of those.
Well, maybe they're a top team in the making, who knows? You know, it's early. Well, you know, phase 1, you can have a rough start. Remember, this team is like brand new, and what I was talking about earlier is that this team has had a lot of roster shuffles. Like this team that they have currently is not the one that actually qualified into the OLS. There's like a whole bunch of different players. So I think maybe for them, it just took them a while to gel together and realize like that they need to trust each other and how they want to play and move across the map. And maybe they're just growing into the league.
Let's see if that is... yeah, if that is actually how it is. I mean, it's still their map pick, and so far they're making it work for them. I think also, as well, as you mentioned, fairly new team there, so I think synergies in between the players only grow over time. Let's see if they're able to overgrow Cashback. I think Ilias just has the E100 picked at the start of battle, and he's going to switch, although now there is an argument to be made with the boomstick, with the 750 alpha gun, because it actually has decent heat against the Type 5, but no. It's going to be double Type 5 coming out from Vortex, together with a CS63, W50M, K91, and an RHM.
Yeah, I think ultimately, I mean, the E100 is still a pretty formidable tank, right? But just the HP and the armor that the Type 5 has, and it being so tall with that AP as well, and it has great high explosive as well. We always forget to mention that, how dangerous it really can be if you just get a quick intuition over and just delete a bat chat, or you can even pen the side of an E50M with HE as well, which is kind of bonkers to think about given the armor of that tank. But both teams again playing with the light. I think they both tried to use the plane once more, and they're both pressuring over towards the coal piles once more. But look at this aggression from the outside. Aka going straight through the middle of the open. This is highly unusual. A 140 committing like this straight into the corner.
Yeah, this is certainly an interesting opening by Aka, and he ends up paying a lot for it, down towards 1500, maybe an HE from a type or something, together with an E50M shot, though Brainbreaker was able to pick up the strike in the middle of the map. Now Tankistador trying to get the strike of his own. Both light tanks still full HP, and there is another tank we still haven't touched a lot upon yet, but it is one with 100% win rate so far in the OLS. It is the Concept 5 that once again gets picked by Mafia.
Yeah, it's a really nice tank. I've played it quite a bit since it got buffed. The gun handling is really nice, and I can imagine that only goes even crazier when you play an Onslaught. I still think it's a bit of a weird choice sometimes though, because it's so awkward to rotate and move around in it. Obviously it's like basically fully paper as well, and the wheel turning arc is an absolute nightmare to deal with. If I'm Vortex...
Aka, what is happening? 10 HP remaining. I think that was a double peak from the Type 5s on towards the 140, and they end up not really paying for it. Vortex with a strike, I believe. They could just get Aka out of the game, but it seems like so far they have used it, so maybe an HE is going to do it. Ilias starting to consider peeking here. How much punish would be available for that kill is the question. Are they willing to pay the price?
Yeah, you gotta consider, because Aka's position is so bad anyway. Do you really want to bleed so much HP to get that kill? But Elias in the end will get it rather cleanly. And I was gonna say, like, I think they should just double peak with the Type 5s, and they were ahead of the game. They did it before I even managed to get the words out. But look, the E50Ms, the whole gang of Vortex, they're grouping up here. They can smell blood in the water. And Mindbreaker, that Concept 5, it's great at sniping from range and it has good DPM, but you don't really want to be facing down the charge of double E50.
Together with the K91, that will add some DPM as well. Vladislav now kind of getting caught here, but there is nothing really where he can run. Mindbreaker is now starting to do that, but Vladislav absolutely getting slaughtered here in between 3 different tanks, and that is the second unanswered kill on the board for Vortex in this round number 2, as the Type 5s starting to converge as well on towards that CS63 that needs to be oh so careful against that Type 5 HE as well. Elias now taking the damage though. Attractive with a big shot in towards Brainbreaker, starting to shoot him. Elias gets one more. The CS getting boxed in. Maybe Attractive will even be able to get it out. Nope, it's going to be a strike from the CS. And yes, finally a kill for Cashback and the HP kind of even. But the guns are not Liberty, taking 1400 as well.
Yeah, that is not a good trade with the Type 5. And Vortex, they've come through the middle of the map. They've grouped up with everyone else. They're looking to finish the job. Attractive even manages to avoid a strike as well, and will survive for yet longer. Addy is eventually the one to finally catch Liberty in his pesky light tank, and with just 3 guns remaining, to remember all of the hit points that Cashback have left, it's all on Twilight on 4k HP, and there's nothing he can do when he's surrounded in a crossfire from 4 different directions.
Yeah, Twilight finally picking up Lukin, but it is little but a cosmetic correction to what's going to happen in the remainder of this game, as only Twilight is left here. The E50M even ramming the Type 5. I think that tells you all you need to know. And Vortex, their own map pick of Pilsen, it completely works out, and they are catching out Cashback, for whom it is now show up or shut up, because Vortex, incredibly so, put themselves on a match point.
What are we watching? I don't know. We saw W fall at the hands of Yogurt, and now Vortex are 2-0 up against Cashback, and they maybe, you know, I thought I was just waffling and just being nice to Vortex, but maybe they have actually just found their stride and they're taking it. It's match point currently. I don't know what to say.
I mean, kind of weird opening with the 140 as well, taking 1500 immediately. And then, you know, the thing is, if you commit into such a position with a medium, normally you want to have a lot of backup available to shoot on towards the tanks that basically will try to take out that single-out tank. But there was no punishment, right? When the Type 5s peaked, they took a little bit of chip damage from some of the tanks, and that was it. Unfortunately, now as well, the Concept 5 is going to be sitting at 50% win rate in Onslaught. Sounds more balanced than 100.
I do not believe for a second that it was actually Cashback's intention to send the 140 there. That just seems like such an insane idea. The only thing I can think is that there's some miscommunication, and Aka is thinking that the field is completely free for some reason, and then he's trying to cut across the open. I don't know, and then eventually he had to bail out of it and go to this sort of compromised position in the corner of the middle of the map. But you're right, it's just like it's a completely ill-suited tank to go there. Even the position itself doesn't really make too much sense. I think there has to be a breakdown in communication or misunderstanding about what the actual positions were from Vortex.
With catastrophic ends towards the game for Cashback. But now we are going to switch maps. We're going to maybe even switch pace, because Sand River is being played quite differently from Pilsen. Actually, I mean, Lights are still being played a lot, but I don't think we're going to see a lot of Type 5s here. Instead, the heavy tank's name of the game is probably going to be BZ, maybe some E50s as well. I think we are also seeing the quiet resurgence of the K91. It was played a little bit in OLS Season 3 after the buffs, but now as well, if you pair it up, for example, with a 140, you have two fast-firing mediums, one of them with a strike, one of them with the Inspire, and the K91 just basically turns into a machine gun.
Yeah, I think K91 immediately became a little bit less popular, because you're thinking, well, why would we take a K91 when we can use a 140, which has better armor, and it has the inspirability and better DPM anyway, and is probably, I don't know exactly, but it's probably more mobile as well. So really the only reason you'd want to take the K91 is if you want to be a bit more stealthy, and you want the mini strike, of course, to reset the cap. But I think even the 140 has pretty good camo anyway.
Yeah, I think the mini strike is what makes the difference here, and we saw in quite a few matches how those mini strikes, especially on maps that can be played around the cap as well, can come in absolutely clutch if you just need to use one strike instead of just suiciding an entire tank. That's of course preferable. Yeah, the stealthiness as well, and to be honest, the K91 doesn't have that many things holding it back anymore since the turret has become fully rotatable. So yeah, let's wait and see. I mean, of course, the teams could be going with entirely different setups as well. I still think that the Yo, for example, on Sand River can work wonders too, just because it's, you know, so annoying to play against. Hold down, and the DPM is kind of good as well for a heavy tank. Let's see what we are going to make of this. Vortex with a fairly straightforward lineup though. Quadruple BZ, W50M, 140.
If that's anything other than a K-line dump, I will be shocked. Cashback, they're going to be bringing the Yo, as Keyhand suggested, plus BZ75, CS, Sente X, E50M, K91 as well, and a light tank. So far more of a control-based setup. We've got a bunch of different tanks for playing different positions across the map, and it's got to be full K-line from Vortex, surely.
I mean, we should also mention that Sand River is kind of considered to be a 1-1 map, but I think the West is considered to be superior. So right now on this match point here, Vortex starting on the better side as well. Maybe they can clear it all up here, as Liberty is able to get complete information though onto what's happening, and the WE50M already turning around from the team of Vortex as some chip damage goes into the BZs. They take that for driving into the cap, which is now of course ticking attractive, considering should I commit in for this strike. He goes with the yes, as Flappy just driving through the center of the map. That is a lot of damage. He forces Twilight off of it though, and they're taking a strike here, but Liberty very quick with the reaction, and this means that Cashback have a strike available now for the cap.
Yeah, Flappy just kept going and going, and you thought maybe he's going to stop, but no, he commits all the way in. Scout BZ is the new meta. They play without the light tank and just send the BZ in and trade all his HP. This cap is getting kind of close, but like you said, they did have a strike, and that does get deployed to reset their caps. So we go again. Vladislav has now made his way up on the K-line as well, and Attractive in that BZ-75 is not going to be having a particularly fun experience when he's completely by himself, and Tankistador is making a repush over the north of the map, but he's completely crossfired and gets farmed by everyone. Aka is able to just tuck in behind this rock, and this trade is not ideal whatsoever.
No, there's a lot of damage dealt into those mediums here. Even the first kill coming through now. Mindbreaker picking up Flappy, and I think Vortex realized that they cannot stick this cap as Vladislav trying to come in with the MBY exposes his hull, but the DPM on that heavy tank is just so crazy good. Attractive, I think, with a smart play deciding to boost out of it, but he takes a lot of damage for it as well. The strike onto Vladislav does not making a one-shot here, and the 140 of Lukin getting caught in the middle of the map. Cashback starting to repush the crown area as well. I think that's just because they can. Vortex, they've run out of steam in this round number 3 here of the game. They sacrifice too much HP with those aggressive plays.
Yeah, and now it's just a cleanup crew for Cashback. Mindbreaker in an Inspire boosted E50M. Absolutely beautiful DPM as they look to pick up these final kills. But this push, unlike in the previous 2 rounds, Vortex, they didn't really get the mistake that they had last time out from Cashback, and no mistakes means a clean round.
Yeah, and if there is any way to get back into the match for Cashback, then it certainly is this clean, convincing gameplay, just capitalizing on the mistakes that the other team is doing. So Vortex, they fluff their first match point, but after Pilsen, they are still rewarding themselves with another opportunity to pick up 3 points, which is, I think, exactly what would be needed for them to go into contention for Phase 2 again. Cashback, I think, after being stunned and shocked a little bit after what happened on Pilsen, finding their balance again.
Maybe. I feel like this game was kind of just autopilot for them. They all went to the opening positions that they were designed to go for by the strategy, and then they all just kept shooting, and then the game was done. And Vortex, their initial idea, it seemed to have been foiled. They didn't really get anything to push into, which is what they would ideally want. They want to get the jump on someone, but that never actually happened. They also bailed on going for the K-line as well. They had E50M who were intending to go that way, and then they changed their mind. And I feel like from there, they were just freestyling. They didn't really know what they wanted to do.
Yeah, at some point I was like worried that Flappy might have had a disconnect as well in the BZ. Like, it seemed so odd to commit there, but no, he kept playing there. Apparently that was a pre-designed move for him to just, extend vision all the way there. But the problem for him was that, well, the E50Ms had rotated back to the cap. His own BZs were in the cap, in cover behind houses. So with the information that he actually generated, there wasn't really a lot of people that could profit off of it in terms of doing damage.
The only information he generated was that he's getting farmed, and then he was dead. That's pretty much it. I think maybe, like, at a stretch, maybe that was by design, because if you combine with the K-line, I guess that you could have an idea that you want to go and spot that little balcony position where one of the BZs was from Cashback, and then you could crossfire him from the K-line. But even so, you're taking an awful risk by driving through such open ground just to get one tank to proxy spot or pressure one guy.
And I think it's fair to say that the risk did absolutely not pay off. And at the same time, I think this also prompted like the E50Ms from Vortex to start making moves, which they didn't really want to, right? There was one of them that started crossing, took like 2k on the cross, and yes, the HP in Onslaught is actually, more than in other modes, but 2000 on a medium tank, you're not going to survive through something like this. And this means that now Cashback are going to spawn on the favored side on Sand River. They can try to really make the comeback happen here. Vortex, though, starting off with a little bit of a weird lineup. I'm mostly looking at that Kranbang that gets paired up with double BZ-75, a Centurion, double E50M, and the RHM.
Cashback going in pairs, actually. Double BZ, double E50, double 140, and Little just gets left out, and the lone STRV.
Double 140. It's, I think, the first time we are going to genuinely see it. That is going to be permanent in Spire. coming out of the Cashback team. Meanwhile, Vortex are going to have to work with only a singular Inspire tank, only, quote unquote. I think it's good for Vortex that the Inspire doesn't stack. But let's see how this one goes, as Cashback is sending double BZ-75 plus the E50M towards the middle of the map, towards the mosque here. The Kranwagen not spotted yet. It might come as a little bit of a nasty surprise. That being said, though, BZs today booking it through Sand River. They're not done yet. First shot connects, but the punishment so far is less than we saw. But now the Kranwagen actually getting crossfired by the STRV as well. So after doing his first clip, he's going to be down towards 1k HP already after taking 2. He tries to make it out of there. Another shot connects, but finally he makes it to safety.
Just barely. You could see both Twilight and Brain lining up the shot, and Elias will be thanking his lucky stars that he managed to get away with that one. But the punish was significant on towards his tank. He's going to have to rotate out fully in his Kranwagen to get back up towards the balcony area of the map. But so far, Vortex, they have the K-line at the moment. They have control of their own base, so it's not all lost. They are rotating back across the 0 line, and they would better be hoping that they don't get spotted out for this. Mid-strike has been taken by Cashback. They're also taking the north one, and they're taking radar now as well. Is that going to be allowed, or is it going to get denied?
I think the radar was just denied, so Cashback right now sitting on 2 strikes of their own, as Little in the STRV of all things is starting to take the info tower, and that is going to reveal how much was rotated north by Vortex here, that are trailing at this point by 1,500 HP. The cap is still an issue as well. There is 1 strike available on the team of Vortex, but now Aka might be caught in a pickle here. He does have the STRV in sniper support, though, that gets spotted out. Aka starting to take some damage here. Mindbreaker getting reset, so cap is not going to be a problem for the time being.
Not for the time being, no, but Vortex, they won't have another strike immediately available to them, and you can see Addy, he's really risking it. He's taking his chances here by peeking into an STRV. It's not a greatest peek, especially if Little is able to shoot unspotted. He's going to get that alpha boost as well. But here's a move going through the middle of the map with double BZ from Cashback. They're not necessarily being well supported by everyone else. They could get converged on towards, but Vortex are actually quite busy with the north of the map, and Miku takes damage coming back over into this fight, but at the moment it's a 2v2.
It is a 2v2 indeed, but Miko has already bled a lot. This means that Flappy is going to have to tank it. Ari taking a lot of damage for this cross on the map as well, and remember the 140 is going to be permanently inspired. Liberty to take out the E50M. So far, Aka able to survive as well. Little revealing himself in that SGRE, just laying down the law, and you could see in the bottom left, Miku made it over in towards the dip as well with Flappy in support. Someone take this man out.
That's a good move from Miku, just trying to stall it out, but I think the push or the north was a bit of a disaster, so it might not end up mattering, and now Vladislav is here as well, so Flappy, despite the fact that they've got a crossfire between him and Miku, maybe he's not able to get much done, but you can see Miku's position is so very powerful, but with the lack of HP, surely Mindbreaker is going to be able to find this, but it's a tough shot. The BZ is kind of hold down here, and you can see Mindbreaker is struggling, but I don't think it matters. Look at the HP that's remaining for Cashback across the board. They've won all of the other fights in the north of the map. Addy just got absolutely destroyed, and now that means the 140s from Cashback can turn their attention to crossfiring, and that means the rest of the pieces from Vortex will fall.
Yeah, the dominoes are going to tumble one after the other here. And Ilias, actually the first tank to take damage on the team of Vortex, is going to be the last one to receive it as well, as Cashback go down 2-0 on Pilsen, but then apparently turning on their screen, starting to get back into the battle. I think Vortex, they were trying to overcook a little bit with their rotations here, and then, you know, the food got burnt.
Yeah, and they went straight into the oven, right? They went straight into the firing line of double 140 and an SDRV, and you just saw Addy's HP. He even tried to make it kind of sensibly as well. He wanted to cross to the right-hand side so that he could only be exposed to Akka in his 140, but he'd already taken so much damage at that point, it just didn't end up mattering, and the Kranwagen really didn't have any sort of impact whatsoever. I mean, he did a clip in the beginning of the game, which wasn't half bad, but on the side of Cashback, things went far more nicely for Little in his SDRV 5.3. 140 is also doing most of the damage as well, which is really exactly how you want it to be.
Exactly, and Little, I mean, shout out to him. He was able to keep his STRV relevant the entire time, even starting to share HP, which is something that in an STRV you want to do in a very controlled kind of fashion. We have seen other clips where STRVs just pull a magic trick and get absolutely vanished. That did not happen here, so good job to Little, staying relevant the entire time, providing cover, and just making some of the moves that the Vortex players would have liked to make absolutely impossible. So this means that now, after Pilsen and Sand River, we are actually gonna go the distance in between Vortex and Cashback. I mean, before today, who would have thought about something like this? But today, the results of the matches so far, and I think already this one going to tiebreaker, it's absolutely off the rails.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the point situation for Vortex before this game today, they'd probably be happy with getting 1 point from Cashback, because they definitely wouldn't have been expected to win this one. But given how we got to this tiebreaker, oof, it's not fun. Going 2-0 up and then they bring it all the way back. It's rough.
I mean, first of all, we have to talk about the fact that both teams with this result have already secured a point, as it is going to tiebreaker. It's just now about the second one that's up for grabs for either of those. Also, Cashback had side selection on Moravanka. They picked North.
I don't think it really matters that much what side you pick. I guess from the North spawn, you get the nice water tower you can see on the map preview there, which is a nice position to like oversee the rest of the map. Fastest win was 2 minutes 41. I guess that was probably the first Sand River where Vortex just kind of drove in and died.
I mean, I would like to sugarcoat it a little bit more, but that was essentially what happened, right? Well, caster predictions.
Well. Yep.
I guess safe to say we still all might get 1 point.
Yeah, I don't think we'd be too proud of it though at that point. We in our sort of prediction capabilities. Vortex have put up way more of a fight than otherwise would have been expected.
Yeah, and it comes down to the first map of Pilsen, where Cashback, we've seen them have some beautiful rounds with, for example, Liberty absolutely excelling in the light tank. He wasn't able to do that this time around. I think also Tankistador doing a very good job with just staying healthier than the other RHM. But that is all behind us now. In front of us lies one more game on this map of Moravanka, which, if you asked either team before the playday, they probably wouldn't have expected to play it, so we'll have to see how deep the strat book actually goes.
Well, they should have something prepared. I'd like to think so. Although, the way the meta's gone, you could, I suppose, just divide mid with some BZs and some Bliskovitzes. That does seem to be the more favorable strategy by the teams these days.
And preferably not go 1-2 line with an RHM from North. I think that right now is also not the best thing to do. But yeah, I think we are mere seconds away from loading into what will definitely be the last round in between both of those teams. I think it's also important to once again highlight how crazy it is that Vortex is actually able to go the distance here. None of us thought so. Maybe even some of the Vortex players didn't believe, but they're proving themselves to be a team to be reckoned with towards the end of the first phase of the AMD OLS Season 4. Now, however, though, let's see if they're able to go the distance and win against Cashback. They have one win against Kirillo already, but Cashback normally should be a completely different ballpark. 1 BZ, 1 IS-7, triple E50M, a 140, and an RHM.
Cashback, meanwhile, going with a BZ, a CS63, Sente-X, triple E50M of their own, and also Liberty in the RHM. I think I prefer the AX on this map as for the Inspire tank over the 140. 10 degrees of gun depression versus 6. Is it 6 or is it 7 on the 140? But either way,
I think it should be 7 by now.
Yeah, it's been changed a couple of times, right? So, but
I know it started with like 5 or something, but now I think it has 7. Alright, Tankistador going onto the info tower, and actually I think he was trying to stick it, gets reset though. That means the Stage 2 replane available for Liberty. I don't think Tankistador wants to try this again here as Miko boosts into the middle to maybe reset Aka, who is trying to take that middle strike here as attractive, cutting across with the IS-7. Trying to take map control away from the team of Cashback that really have a lot of their forces in the 1-2 line. Instead, the E50M rotation coming through. Lukin getting spotted out, though, in the 140, taking 700 to the face.
Yeah, and look at Vortex, they're just leaving this fully attractive now, is able to peek in his IS-7 on towards Brainbreaker. That IS-7 is a beautiful tank when it gets hulled down, but you can see they're just starting to spam HE at him, denying him capture of that strike. And again, Vortex, they've got this this triple E50M rotation force just moving across the red line. Where will they go? Nobody knows. I think they might group up to just dump straight in towards Brainbreaker, and that does look like a very promising success if you could go for that. But at the same time, just look at how many guns from Cashback could crossfire on towards that.
I think Twilight is even firing out of render with that E50M, but the ping system obviously works in a way where he can try and connect those shots. Aka also with shots in towards Attractive, and I think he realizes he needs to book it. Out of there, maybe a possibility for Brainbreaker to put in the last and final shots as he peaks in his BZ-75. A retaliation onto Brainbreaker coming through, but that is going to be the first kill for Cashback. With no real answers so far from Vortex. The E50M, it's been driving and driving and driving, and it still is over the 0 line. But is it really going to matter at this point is the question. No impact on the DPM mediums, and really Liberty, the great player that he is in the RHM, could just keep kiting those E50Ms.
Yeah, but they decide to shift, actually. That they get spotted early. This could be disastrous because now everyone from Cashback is going to train their guns on towards this position, and you can see the damage from Addy just already bleeding down to half HP before he even makes the peak. They do find the kill on Brainbreaker, which is what they were hoping for, but perhaps not at such a high price.
That was indeed extremely costing, and the cost is not going to stop as Adi takes another one on the way out from Liberty that is able to generate those permanent planes by also doing the damage upon his own spotting, basically. Tankistador trying to somehow counter what Liberty is doing, but it's not going to matter as Cashback maybe fancying themselves a little bit of a move as well on the one line now. Tankistador, though, I think that was a plane from Liberty coming in. Tankistador getting found. This seems to be one of the last few nails needed in the coffin of Vortex. Cashback starting to swing the hammer to do it and to just close it shut.
Yeah, let's say the coffin is very much being lowered into the grave right now. That Tankistador going down, I was about to say, the HP situation's not good, but potential for recovery. But that blind plane from Liberty, we're going to assume it's a blind plane because I have no idea how Tankistador gets spotted otherwise. And as soon as he falls, that is just everything. That's the linchpin for Vortex, and once he's out of the round, you have absolutely no hope. And look at these poor E50Ms. They're just stuck on the red line in the middle of the open. They've got nowhere left to go, and they can't even fight back. They're just forced to sit there. Elias just watching his team melt around him, nothing he can do. And Cashback, they bring it all the way back to 3-2. They correct the mistakes, they rectify the situation, and they will not be losing to Vortex today.
No, it felt like Vortex after, having some pretty good rounds on Pilsen here. They run all out of steam, and it felt like those E50M rotations that Vortex was banking on Cashback was just too quick with their reactions. Before the E50Ms could have rotated around, the team of Vortex had already lost a tank, and that was, I think, the case on Sand River and on Muravanka as well. So you could really see the style that Vortex was playing. They were banking on being able to overwhelm with DPM mediums, and it might work, but not against the team that plays as quickly as Cashback.
Yeah, and I think that position in the beginning from Attractive, maybe a bit of oversight there that he can't actually sit completely safe in that situation. I think if they pulled the trigger earlier, those E50Ms, if they just drove straight towards the middle and made the dump while Attractive was still alive, it could have been a far better situation for them, because then they could all just bail out together and be up a gun, and they'd still take the damage that they took in the end, but be in a far better situation. And we're going to assume it was a blind plane because I don't see how else it could Tankistador could possibly just get spotted there. But so another great read, I think. Liberty.
I think maybe Tankistador had also, you know, at that point shot someone, and then the call came through, he must be there, put the plane, and then he just blew up. So maybe him shooting and doing damage there possibly even worked against him in that kind of a way. But yeah, Cashback managed to absolutely turn it around here. Vortex, they had 3 chances to take the victory in the match. They fluffed all 3 of them, and Cashback are going to be the maybe a little bit confused winners, confused as to what has happened on Pilsen. But I think some other teams might also sigh a breath of relief at this result. The fact that Vortex wasn't able to pick up more points.
Certainly. And it is a huge opportunity missed for them. And in hindsight, it looks like a bit of a disaster, right? But they still got a point from that, so they're going to be moving up to 4 now, which I guess is better than not at all. But situation not looking ideal.
I mean, it is striking distance towards W, and the thing is, the opponents that W have on the last day of the OLS are exactly the team that you see at the top. They were kind of, you know, the magic that was surrounding Weekend was taken away a little bit today by Mafia. But still, I think in between W and Vortex, we'll have to find out who is going to get knocked out here, because of course Yogurt cannot be caught at this point in time anymore by Vortex. And then also, I mean, hit Mafia Cashback in places 2, 3, 4. They want to keep racking up those points to stay in those spots 2, 3, and 4, just to be able to make it to the playoffs, where the teams are going to be able to fight for well, glory, honor, gold bonds, but last but not least also the GPUs from AMD and the prize pool in money that, of course, you guys can still raise by buying the supporters bundles. As Phase 1 is drawing to the close, maybe now you know more which bundles you want to buy, but
I don't.
If you want to be on the safe end,
I think I'm more confused than when we started the day, and I just wanted to draw attention. You said Weekend's still at the top of the table. Look at the actual points. 4 teams are within 1 point of each other. So if Weekend's at the top, they have 14. Then I think it's Hit and Run with 14, and both Mafia and Cashback have 13 points. So literally no one's pulling ahead. If you can somehow like dig into all of those stats and be able to predict who's going to win at the end of the season, then you are a god. I don't know. There's 4 teams that look likely they could do it.
And there are other teams that are kind of performing below expectations. But for now, that was all of the OLS matches that we had for today. But of course, we have ourselves, as is kind of tradition on Sunday now, a little bit of a treat to watch. There is going to be the OCS show match in between CTR and Crew. We saw CTR already last week. Crew, the new kid on the block, they were second place, I believe, by points in the concurrent week of the OCS season. So we'll be back with that one after some replays. Stay tuned.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the OLS, although it's not the OLS. This time we're taking a dip down into the lower divisions. We're going to be watching OCS, that's Onslaught Champion Series. We got a show match between Crew and CTR coming up.
Yeah, I mean, CTR we already saw last week. They showed a pretty good performance against the Ukrainian team of Collapse. They had a bit of an initial struggle going down, I think 0-2. But then we're able to turn it around and cashed in on the first $500. Today is their chance to double up, but obviously it's not double or nothing. They already have the first one in the bag. Crew, I think a team from Poland. There will be a couple of faces that we have seen, I think, in the Ping lineup in the previous OLS season as well. But yeah, those teams obviously interested in making it far. I think we can see the Crew lineup being shown as the Collapse lineup right now, but I can tell you who is playing in the team. It's Betong, Jacek, Luca, Aquila, David, Ghost, and Gully. So I think it's mostly people that we saw in Ping last time. And yeah, I mean, community predictions quite in favor of CTR. And I think after 4 out of 4 qualifier wins, they deservedly get that benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that they're running away with the OCS championship right now. But right here, right now, they are fighting for this show match. And I like to call these series of games the Pocket Money Championship, because it's a nice bit of cleanup for CTR. They've found themselves in a very favourable position as the dominant team in the OCS to just be picking up these wins. But the map pick and bans coming through here, it is a best of 9 between these two teams, so potentially quite the slugfest if it's close between them. First map being picked by Crew is going to be Siegfried Line, the new map into the pool for OLS and also for OCS. Then CTR are going to be picking in towards Ghost Town. Then CTR gets to pick Ensk. Then we go to Muravanka, which is Crew's pick, and we'll have the good old-fashioned Cliff as our tiebreaker.
Yeah, I guess a bit of everything. Siegfried Line, you mentioned it. Still a bit of new territory for a lot of those teams, but after now the first couple of match days have been passed, we had 4 qualifiers of the OCS as well, so quite some practice has happened, so I'm pretty sure there is some familiarity with the map by now, and the teams are well prepared to fight there.
Yeah, and I think there's still quite a bit of meta development that can be underway, right? I think I actually draw quite a lot. I draw quite a lot of parallels. We can see the full lineup here from the Crew team, and like you said, there's a couple of names here that would be familiar to people from previous OLS seasons. Baton from Ping, David from Ping as well, Aquilka. I think everyone, all of the guys that we would know from before were all in that.
I think Ghost might have played in Bobers in one season.
Yeah, I think you're right, actually. So they've got a fair bit of experience, and on the other side, CTR ironically, I don't think they have any OLS experience, but I think it's safe to say these guys have been around for a while. And don't forget Frolly, another one of those old school WGL players who's still kicking about and playing the game. Anyway, we're going to get into the first round between these two teams. CTR can be picking a BZ, double type 5, 140, 430U, Bliskovica, and E4.
Yeah, and with that being said, we are ready to start the first round. How do you feel about this comparison of light versus no light, getting the early info versus having like a tank stuck that way too often just ends up sitting on A1, not really doing a lot?
I think from both perspectives, you're both locked into a certain playstyle, right? That if you play without the light, it's certainly forced to do something aggressive because you can't just let the light tank play the game. And then on the other hand, if you play with the light, then you're forced to slow it down. And look at this firing squad that Crew have set up. Little do they know that there's literally nothing to shoot at. They do get the info though, and that light tank from Jacek, he is very, very scared right now, hiding behind that bunker. He is so very fortunate that they don't know that he's there, because if he was spotted, they would just be going for him right now. As it is, he's got a very powerful position because the crew lineup is going to rotate over, and they don't realize.
Yeah, and I have to say, like, look how far the types are away. Like, there are 4 tanks of CTR. Great strike, by the way. But Poopa there on the front line with his DPM 430U, he will not be happy facing those E4s.
Yeah, a bit of like switch up there, the firing. They didn't focus on towards Poopa in that 430U, which would have been the priority target. Now Frolly crossing through the open. Is he going to get blasted for this? The E4s are just about coming off of reload. They need to connect these shots, otherwise Jacek will go down, and the shots don't come in. Not anywhere near enough firepower to support Jacek there, who is now going to be getting farmed, but they are converging on towards the rest of the guns. Poopa eventually is the first one to fall in his 430U. Koidasek is going to be the next one to go in the Type 5s. They've got into the fight, they've got into the action, they have so much HP to spread around, but no one is going to shoot them.
Yeah, you can see they have so much out of game time, but finally they made it in, and the HPs are still pretty good. You can see both the light tank and the 430U were traded. Now the first E4s and Brishka were traded, and the 140 is still inspiring on both sides. But Frolly has quite a good position there. He'll be able to farm basically for the whole game into the side of the Type 5, maybe even into the E4s. Now with the gun advantage for CTR and David being pushed by Patras, it looks pretty good for them.
Yeah, and look at David, his HP. Patras is basically fallen. He has a lot of DPM in that 140, but he's got way too much HP to try and get his way through in this situation. And now it's going to be a 3 versus 2. A lot of HP on Crazy War, but Frolly isn't doing too bad himself as well. And Beton is going to get focused out. CTR, they managed to weather the storm that was this repush from Crew, and they actually come out on top. And I think that's quite a bad omen for this match, like, as we continue, because I think we can both agree that we probably prefer this being Crew if you looked at how that game was unfolding.
Yeah, I have to say the reaction from Crew was the right one, like repushing there, but then like the focus fire was just not really there. You mentioned as well, like when Frolly crossed, the E4s just didn't really give a good salvo. I think it was one shot that ended up hitting the 140 for damage. And then it was just a bit of a snowball effect when everyone was there and you lose the light, you have one gun less, you're kind of pressured on the 140. So good stuff coming in the end by CTR, but I feel like their push was a bit disjointed.
Yeah, and I think we could also say it's due to reload timing as well, that they didn't manage to tag Frolly on that cross over towards Jacek, but Jacek was really all of the crossfire they had, and look at that damage output. And remember as well, because of the Type 5 being in the meta, we're probably going to see some damage records being broken for like the maximum possible in a game of Onslaught. 7.8, these kind of numbers are becoming far more common. I think we saw like 2 or 3 7k battles earlier on today from the OLS teams, and Frolly just really doing a masterclass there of how to play your 140 and put yourself in a great position to farm.
Yeah, and he got this, you remember when the E4 push was coming, there was this strike for 1600. That was Frolly's strike, so he immediately got the Inspire as well onto 3rd level. And then the whole team was basically getting the benefit of that for like the remaining round.
Yeah, and that Inspire really does go kind of crazy, especially when you consider the Onslaught modifier buffs anyway already to gun handling. Sometimes you can feel like you're playing Counter-Strike or something with the accuracy that you've got on some of these guns, and the shell velocity on the 140 is pretty damn good as well. But like I said, just going back to how that scenario unfolded, I think it's a pretty ominous and bad omen for Crew as to which direction this match is going to go, when we thought it looked like such a favorable scenario for them, and that ended up being turned around already. We can see caster predictions. Daki seems to have predicted a 3-1. Perhaps he didn't realize that it was a best of 9, but I don't think that was his fault. I'm going to go on record.
I mean, it's written in the table, but yeah. I wanted to add one thing that we touched at the beginning. I think Daki just said here he voted for 5-2 as well, so everyone went 5-2. The Brishkavitze did 2 shots of damage and only fired twice. The 430 fired 3 times and also ended up only doing 890 or something damage, so 2 shots of damage. Those are, in theory, the 2 tanks that you want to keep alive and you want to deal damage. And sure, the BZ did like 3 shots of damage or like 2 shots of damage plus a ram. That's alright for a tank like that. But having to rely on the Type 5s that came into the game quite late, and obviously the standout performance by the 140 of Frawley, is something that you shouldn't do all the time, and you should really make sure that if you pick a tank like the 430U that you want to have in the fight, but not, you know, in the very first encounter, lose like 80% of their HP.
I mean, that's the tough balance, right? Is you want to be directly involved in the fight, but not the primary focus. And trying to engineer a situation where you're not the first target focus it's always a difficult puzzle to solve. And I think one of the great ironies of the meta, and you can go back to when the mouse was more popular as well, the Type 5, although it's technically supposed to be the lowest damage dealer, it quite often ends up being top damage for the team, right? Because no one focuses it, so it pretty much always survives until the end game. So Type 5 almost always ends up having a pretty decent game, regardless of whether they win or lose.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you don't really want to chew through 4,200 HP, end up wasting 3k damage on him, and then he just retreats a bit, and like he has soaked up so many shots that all your damage was not worth it. Again, crew with their E4s all being aimed into the same position, but yeah, the first damage comes in, and Pooper in his E4 just bouncing all of them, gets tracked, but the first salvo of crew definitely not very successful.
No, and I think they're going to be reloaded in time to get another salvo off here, but Aquilka does not get spotted, and that's because CTR are playing without a light tank once more. So Aquilka will get the information, but what does that really tell him? Crazy War very committed here into this beautiful hold down. You can see just the line of sight that he has, crossfiring anyone who wants to move up in towards the center of town. The can opener of Luca is taking the strike over towards the 1-2-3 line, and I think we're settling in for a far more stable and slow affair.
No, but you can see if you take a look at the team HP bars, CTR still untouched. They have their full HP left, while crew has dropped quite some HP on the Type 5 already, roughly 1.5k down. And with the initial HP advantage that the team of CTR had due to their bit heavier setup, no light tank and double Type 5, they're roughly up 2.67k HP, which is in the end like a tank difference in HP, right?
Yeah, and I think about it more like this as well. For tiebreaker rules, given that we've seen already that Siegfried Line can be a very, very slow-paced map if the teams don't want to immediately go for a clash towards the middle. It's all about damage dealt for tiebreaker rules, right? Unless you get the first kill or you have more people alive than your opponent when the clock runs out, it's all about damage dealt. And CTR, they have a nice, healthy lead in the damage dealt as well as HP. They've done about, what, like 2,000 damage to their opponent so far? Never mind, that's coming back. Frawley takes one in his 140, needs to be careful in that position. But as long as they're up in the number of damage dealt, technically CTR don't have to take any sort of initiative whatsoever. And remember, crew, they've got a light tank as well, and on such a tiny map, how do they get them involved in the game when they want to make a push?
Yeah, the can opener was, I think, considering to take the RT strike, but as he can only basically equip one of them, he decided to send the RHM forward, so they will basically stack RT strikes instead of using them actively. I think Frawley is in a similar situation. You can see he is sitting on an RT strike. He just decided to use the strike to prevent Jacek from taking it. Jacek dodged it, so Frawley basically, you could argue, wasted 400 damage, but he will sooner or later be able to pick up his strike as well. So Frawley down to 1.6 because the can opener strike was used on Frawley, but now it's basically a matter of what you said, getting some control, trading a bit here and there, and then maybe getting a advantage or like overrunning an individual tank and trying to get an advantage for the team just in a kill lead. So far, I think neither team really has one singled out tank, but Frawley on 1.7 could be a target for the future.
He definitely could be a strike target, but obviously they can only collect one strike at a time, so I don't think they're going to be able to build up enough. A Quilka taking a shot from Koidasek, and that's pretty much just how this is going right now. Just a bit of the odd shot here or there from someone, just having a poke, just trying to figure out where their opponent is positioned. And Frawley, he used the strike on towards E3 because he knew that he's the only one from CTR that can collect another one anyway. So if you're wondering, oh, why aren't they just building up the strikes so they can drop them all in and like do one massive load of strikes on top of one opponent? They can't do that because Frawley's the only one that can capture the 9-line strike.
Yeah, and with how the 430U is positioned, I don't think either of the E4s will make it all the way up to like E3 as well and contest the other strike. So sooner or later, I will expect the can opener to move forward. There are like 20 seconds or 15 seconds left, and he will be able to start taking the next one. Frawley.
And so the cycle begins.
Frawley will likely take his next 400 damage by the RHM, or he might actually decide, to strike a bit earlier, and then both teams will take their strikes, and we are going for another round.
Yep, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. And they use their strike on towards Luca, but I think an issue for CTR maybe is the fact that their strikes that they are placing, they're not being focused on towards one specific target, whereas for Crew, every time they get a strike, it's on Frawley. So I'm not sure, because the strike cooldown is 2 minutes here. I don't think they have enough time to actually just kill Frawley purely by strikes. If they could, that would be absolutely fantastic for Crew. It would be like, GG, well played, that's game done. But I think someone's going to have to do something at some point here, and it's still CTR leading in damage dealt.
Yeah, and if you feel like you usually like OLS, but this specific OCS game is a bit resident sleeper, you now have a bit of time to head to the premium shop and make sure to buy the bundle of your favorite OLS team. You can still support it, and maybe one of those OCS teams will get motivated to make it into the OLS next season and profit from that as well.
Can we pay them to make a move? Luca taking a peek, he doesn't find anything though. All those trees in the way. The line of sight between him and Koidasek, and Yashik now is going for the radar. It's possible he could get blinded here because it's such a tiny radar circle, and they're going to use the strike as well. One shot is fired, doesn't connect. They go for another one, doesn't look like it. He actually managed to... Did he get the... Yeah, he did get the radar.
That's why the cooldown is on it.
Yeah, you're very smart, Phil. Very, very observant. So he does manage to get the info, and now that means Luca, once again, is going to go back over towards E2. He could just set up shop here and...
I think he doesn't want to be pushed, so like he's taking it, he's looking in the upper direction just to see if there's some information to be gained, but then he wants to make sure that he doesn't provide an easy target to push onto. And I feel like so far Crew is doing a decent job. The HPs are still in favor of CTR, but as we had mentioned, they also started with a bit more.
Ghost going for a peek. Frawley is a one-shot here, but they're ready for it, and Ghost does not manage to find the shot, and he's going to eat the clip from Patras. Patras perfectly positioned, just reading the play, and any sort of aggression, just try to do anything, immediately gets shut down. I like the idea though from Ghost, but unfortunately for them, CTR and Frawley, they read what was going to happen, and Frawley tucked in fully. So even though he was a one-shot for that E4, they thought maybe they could just get a cheeky peek on towards him, but it does not pay off. Now, Crew, because of that damage that they've taken, CTR's patience has been rewarded, so the damage dealt is still in favor of CTR, and that means that Crew have to keep trying to play aggressive, but they're all the while, every angle they peek, they get blasted.
Yeah, and Patras also had the chance of reloading now. I mean, you know how it is with the Force B. You have this fairly long downtime, but if you can kind of like empty your clip and reload before there's another push coming, you're a very dangerous tank.
He is certainly a very, very dangerous tank if he is required to make a move, but CTR is very much in the driving seat here, and they're not driving anywhere, they're just parking it, and now finally they're making some moves. They're sending in Patras to go on a mission in his Foch B. They're going to try and pick off some of these guns that have pushed aggressively in towards the city. They're going to punish the aggression from Crew. Baton isolated by himself. No one from Crew is able to support him, so he will be going down, and then that means that CTR will have the first kill in this match, and they have such an advantage in HP and positions right now, they just look like they're going to roll over them.
Yeah, there's the next kill onto Aquila, and now the action is unwinding. We have 15 seconds left, and this is all they got. 12k HP left on the side of CTR. Crew down, another kill being picked up. Froley actually still alive now. The next tank is dropping Pupar as well, but yeah, I mean, CTR with the 2-0, it took them quite a while, but in the end they managed. They actually even kept Froley alive, so in the last fight they had the Inspire active, and I have to say a bit over-eager with the peaks maybe on the side of Crew, but CTR definitely knowing about, or being aware of the rules and not being over-eager, pushing in, just staying patient, holding the angles, and in the end being rewarded for it.
Yeah, riveting gameplay, but you can't blame CTR or even Crew for playing in this way, because you play to the whistle, right? You play to what the rules are presented in front of you, and CTR, to their credit, you know, patience is rewarded. Sometimes that's just the best way to play an Onslaught battle. You know, if you can't do anything, don't do anything. Don't try and force a situation. I think for Crew, unfortunately, because of the early damage that they took on towards Aquilca, they always felt like they were playing catch-up. They always felt like they needed to do something because they were just losing on the damage dealt. So they had to take some sort of initiative, and every time they poked up their head, tried to do something, they just got slapped back down.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not really his fault to end up on 0 damage. If you're the ones that basically any kind of like push scenario that is sent in first, or you're the one that has to capture the point of interest, sometimes that just happens. With that being said, it's 2-0 for CTR, and Ghost Town is the next map that they have actually selected. So 2-0 on Crew's pick. What do you expect from Ghost Town? Do we see some red strat? Do we think there's some like innovation happening, or is it some good old brawl with 1-2 light tanks, a bunch of BZs and E4s?
I have to say, I think the recent trend on Ghost Town, I think like playing for the long game, playing with that light is still more favorable as a strategy. We've seen a number of times in the early season, teams, they tried to play without a light. They tried to play for their cap and force their opponent into a bad situation. But I think like the protocols are just too strong to prevent the cap, the base cap from going through, and the reaction is just not there. And I feel like you're just taking such a risk. You're taking such an awful gamble that you're going to be able to get either cap out or get some sort of overmatch that you can steamroll, because it's Ghost Town. You've got the central part, but the rest of it is basically just wide open space, and it's so easy for teams to just break distance and play on the light if you try to do anything other than cap.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it. I think it was the Hit versus Weekend match where Hit tried to kind of like do a push very aggressively at the beginning, and they just didn't find anything while pushing the 1-2 line. And in the meantime, the whole 890 line, that's where the RT strike and the 2 points of interest for the radio towers are, was occupied by Weekend. And then there was just no going back. They had to make a move and ended up pushing onto the Type 5s. But yeah, enough of this. We have 2 Leopards, a can opener, double RHM, and double BZ for Crew. And CTR playing with double Type 5, 140, a Batchat, a Breezy Light, question mark, and an RHM as well?
Yeah, the newly buffed Wheezy Light. I actually quite like it. to be honest. I know it's not like on brand meta, but I guess it got buffed in several areas, right? Like DPM, gun handling, it got buffed to mobility as well, and it's always got that turret armor that it had before. But it's certainly, you're right, it's a curious choice to pick, and he immediately gets reset on that mini strike, and that means that the BZs are just going to overpeak, and maybe we're going to say goodbye to that WZ132, the curious pick very early on here. But look at the RHM, he gets spotted. He gets spotted in the middle of the map, and that's a disaster because he's probably going to go down. That's why they bring the spare. Yashik in the other RHM is still alive, but surely this RHM will fall, and Herman is the one to pick up the kill. I think there was a plane that came in there on towards his position. Koidasek communicated that fact, and as quickly as the WZ arrived in towards the meta of Onslaught, it's already gone.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if you noticed, but his equipment setup was Rammer, Turbo, and HP. So maybe like this was like the purpose of like that tank to kind of like trade the strike plus a bit of damage for another light or something.
I think the logic is that if you want to guarantee that you're going to get to the mid strike first, because sometimes we see opponents taking a CS, right? They'll send a CS63 towards the middle. So I think the logic is that, okay, we take a tank, we take a slightly weaker version of a CS, but it's faster, marginally faster, and is also a light tank, which means that he can drop a plane if necessary, right? I think that's the logic, but I mean, it didn't really work out as intended, but they still managed to trade the light tank kill.
You mean in the end we'll have Kian saying, "Oh look, 100% win rate."
Something like that. Yeah. The genius of the WZ. But here come the overpeaks on David. He just gets blasted in his can opener. Crazy War's going to put in another good shot there. David's still just alive on a sliver of HP now, but look how many guns there are on the 0 line. Numerous tanks that could pick up this kill. It is going to be Herman in the RHM who manages to find it, and now the 2-to-1 advantage. CTR looking strong.
Yeah, and the HPs are also still in their favor, roughly 2.5k up. Now you can see a good plane coming in there, I think, onto Herman and Patras. A bit of damage being traded back, so crew definitely doing their homework, but so does CTR, you can see, down to 11,400 is the team of crew, and now with Herman retreating, he should be able to make it out as well.
Yeah, but they do get replaned on the way out, and both Patras and Herman in that position where they were committed in E0, they can't actually sit fully safe there. There's angles that can be taken, and Herman is continuing to try and leave further. He's trying to get to the fully safe location behind the boat. I think a strike was used there, and it just barely missed him. They didn't manage to find that kill. The plane is used again, but I think this time it's going to go to waste. Patras and Herman, they're both tucked in, and they're safe and sound.
Yeah, I think they might have tried to kill Herman with a Leopard Strike. But in the end, still a really good HP trade, considering that CTR had quite an advantage. They still are a tank up, but with Gully picking up... I don't know how that worked, but yeah, with Gully picking up the next tank, we have crew now. With only 1,000 HP down, they will get a strike, and they still have a light tank.
Yeah, I think it was Guli that just did a straight up blind shot, because I don't think there was a plane that was available from Yashik. So they managed to even out the guns, and from what looked like a pretty dire situation, they've actually recovered quite nicely, crew. But look, oh no, Igos gets caught out. He gets caught out in the Leopard, and he's going to get hunted down by Frolly. Frolly, that top performer in the first round that we saw on Siegfried Line, doing the Inspire thing with 140, the DPM thing, you just press mouse 1 auto aim, especially on a Leo. He has absolutely no armor to speak of. Frolly is always going to win this trade, and Igos getting completely caught by surprise.
Yeah, and Aquila as well, dropping to 500. I think he just fluffed his shot into the dirt, and now we are back to quite a significant HP advantage for CTR. Back to a kill lead as well, and crew is losing quite some map control.
Oh, double strike, and that will be the end of Aquilka in this one. And as much as it looked like that crew had recovered, it just goes straight back the other way. A lot of HP is on this double type 5 though, but given that Guli can't really go anywhere, they're just going to aggro peek straight in front of him.
Yeah, the Leopard is set up for some good supportive shots from the backline, from the balcony on A4, but those players obviously know that there is a limited amount of space that the Leopard can maneuver in, and they can just hold the block here while the E4 is capping. The Leopard used the strike earlier, so it's not able to contribute to decaps just with the strike. And the peaks are obviously going in favor of the types there as well. Gully having a pretty hard time with, I think, 314 or something heat pen to shoot the types if they're wiggling and just quickly peeking.
Yeah, this is so ratty from CTR. They could so easily overpeak on towards Ghoulie and just kill him, but they're just going to play for the cap. And honestly, I don't blame them. Why would you risk putting yourself in any sort of trouble, especially when there's still a light tank in play for Crew? But never mind, that light tank is gone, and the last ditch hope for Crew goes with it, as they are 10,000 HP down almost, and Crazy War will peek around the corner, try to finish off that final kill. But obviously Type 5, it's only got a 700 alpha, not the very common 750, and the base cap goes through.
Yeah, and this was, I would say, a bit of a shaky start, like maybe also strategically a bit of a question mark, but the execution towards the middle part of the game was simply better on the side of CTR, and I would say it's a very well-deserved 3-0 for them.
Certainly. I mean, they did lose control of it a little bit in the mid-round, because, like I said, they were positioned in, I think it was E or D0, and you just can't sit fully safe behind that little hill there, especially when you're planed from all the angles. But I mean, the key difference maker here really was the first plane that Herman did in the beginning. I think he spotted out I have no idea how to say that name, Rivindus in his RHM, and that, like, you know, if Rivindus is alive,
I think you can call him Steve, and I'm not even kidding.
That's it. That's like such a placeholder name, but maybe it is actually Steve. That's much easier.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the VZ Lite with not only 100% win ratio, but also with 100% hit and pen rate. That's definitely something for Key's statistic books. But I have to say, I'm a bit disappointed by the Leopard damage. Beton staying alive for basically the whole game, ending up on 1.7k damage with only 4 out of 11 shots penetrated. But sometimes it's not that easy, and he probably blinded a bunch of those as well. So good stuff by the types, dealing the majority of the damage, and then, I mean, just team play overall.
Yeah, I think I would have expected probably at least 3k damage, I reckon, because he would have been able to farm them over peeking on towards the can opener, and then he should be shooting the guys that push Patras and Herman as well. So maybe you'd expect a bit more damage, but I think it's far from the only issue that went on there.
Yeah, and you can't even argue that he was out of game, because it was Ghost who was picking up the strikes all the time, because Ghost is the one that had 1.5k damage just by strikes, like basically the big ones and the roll skill ones. So in this case, Beton maybe just missing out on a shot here or there, but I think 1,000 damage extra wouldn't have made a critical difference.
Well, not when you consider that CTR had 10,000 HP remaining. I think we might be onto something.
Okay, it looks like I want to spoil the... Okay, they switched it. They had a Tessak until just now. So neither team playing with the VZ Lite this time. I'm not surprised. Cody with the RHM. We have a 140, a Leopard, Bedchat, IS-7 and double IS-4 on the side of CTR, and K91 was just switched in. What do you think about the triple Rishkavitze on the side of Crew? That sounds like they just want to go and fight.
Yes, they very much would like to just drive straight through the center of town, get some free picks early, and then that be that, and the game will be over. But I think it's interesting that the Blitzkavitze, I like to call it Blitzkavitze meta, because you got the BZs combined with the Bliskas together. I think it's an interesting meta, because I thought we were moving away from that sort of gameplay, but it ended up being proved to be quite strong even before, I think, 2.0, in the last Onslaught Legends Cup. It was very strong as well, but triple cap straight immediately underway for Crew. CTR, they've got a Leopard, but it doesn't have the mini strike available just yet. They're going to have to capture the one on the one line, but I don't think they have enough. They don't have enough time for this. 15 seconds left on the clock, and it's only Pooper who can really get an angle. Maybe Woodog can get an angle. 9 seconds left. He's going to have to overpeak with HE probably to try and get the shot. 5 seconds left. Does he get the connection? He just barely gets it. Critical reset coming in there. Now 8 seconds left on the cap. The strike has been collected just in the nick of time on the one line, and now what do you do if you're Crew?
Yeah, that is a big problem, especially as you can see on the left-hand side. Crazy War in the Leopard 1 also charged his ability now, so the Leopard will be able to provide additional decaps if needed, while Herman picks up another strike. 13 seconds left, but I think, as you correctly mentioned, the initial decaps were the most important ones. Now there are strikes. There will be an overpush coming sooner or later. I don't think that Crew will stay in the cap circle, but there's not that much that they can do right now, because pushing onto the IS-4 will always put you into this crossfire against the Leopard and the Batchat, but the push is rolling, and we'll have to see if decap can be prevented, but I'm pretty certain that yeah, they will understand that this is not the way to go. The HP advantage is roughly 3k, and now we'll have to see if they can pick up Woodog or maybe pick up Pooper and the IS-4s.
Yeah, I think they realized this was not the way forward to just continue to sit in the cap, as they're just constantly bleeding HP all the while. Pooper and the other IS-4 of Woodog just tanking all of the damage, while everyone else off screen from CTR just farms. Patras, I think, probably got a clip off free in his Batchat, is going to be off reload very shortly. The HP is looking very decent for CTR, but never mind, Herman's gone down in his IS-7 as well. And CTR, they are pretty disconnected across the map. All of them are spread out. Frolly is by himself. He's going to get picked off in a 1 versus 2, but 2 kills go back the other way for CTR, and look at the HP, it's just unfolded. It's completely collapsed for Crew once again. They just get melted, and now the T-57 will fall, then David is going to be the next one, and it all collapses.
Yeah, very good stuff here by CTR, making sure that they get the decaps. Nobody is like too lazy to aim with HE for like a track or something. Really, like the important decisions were made correctly, and they get the decaps, they get the strike to ensure that the Leopard also gets the charge, and then they use their tanks exactly what they are made for. Like IS-4s, you want to be in the front line, soak up damage, the IS-7 as well, and the Leopard, the Batchat, they can stay more in the back, deal some damage, and make sure that their frontline tanks are well supported.
Yeah, and I think after that initial reset comes in, it did get a bit close. It was about 4 seconds left on the cap, but like as soon as that reset comes in, that's got to be the go. That's got to be the go sign for Crew.
Yeah, they were just a bit late, I think. They overstayed and got like a second and third salvo into them. And yeah, the Leopard, that's kind of the damage that we would have wanted to see from a Leopard, right?
Yeah, that 420 Alpha sniper with the Onslaught modifiers, it goes very, very nicely. Especially because of the Onslaught modifiers, you can just like completely juice out the field mods to go fully for DPM. You get like a 6.5 second reload, which is still pretty ludicrous for 420 Alpha. I mean, obviously we have the crazy DPM from the E50, from the 140, but the Leopard, you know, as long as it's not getting focused, it does a fair bit of damage.
Yeah, and obviously the Leopard took a key position with RT Strike and gave some really good decaps as well. After 2-0s on both Secret Line and Ghost Town, we'll head over to Ensk now. I have to say I'm not expecting a BZ Light or a Leopard on Ensk, but maybe someone surprises me with something completely new. Did we have any like crazy takes on Ensk so far? I think we had like triple Fosh P in one game.
Well, remember back to the W Yogurt game, they brought what, 5 Type 5s? And that was a complete disaster.
Yeah. But
and I was really quite surprised by that as well, because everyone knows, or everyone like seems to know, that the E4 just really does counter the Type 5 quite nicely. So it was certainly very strange to watch that many Type 5s drive through the middle.
Yeah, certainly. And I'm still waiting for the first appearance of the Jagdpanzer E100. one of my favorite tanks. But I obviously understand that the flexibility of having a turret and the buffed reverse speed of the E4 is just something where you can much easier deal your 750 damage and pull back around a corner. But still, like Jagdpanzer 100, like in Season 1 and Season 2, that would be a juicy one.
420 heat is eternal. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful thing. But like you say, with lack of a turret, it's not really ideal. The question is now, are CTR going to put Crew out of their misery and just make it a clean sweep 5-0? Or are we going to get any sort of fight back from this Polish roster?
Yeah, so far it looks pretty one-sided. We had, I think, like one round where I would give some respect onto the side of Crew, saying like they could have maybe gotten that one, but the other ones looked pretty one-sided. And we have seen both, let's say, like waiting or passive gameplay, but also like more proactive stuff from CTR now. Overall, I would still say that Crew was usually the team making the moves, and CTR was just the team playing a bit more controlled, playing a bit more like reactive maybe, aside from like this VZ light into the cap circle situation. I would say CTR definitely the team that ended up being more like punishing bad opponent moves than making their own initial moves.
Well, Crew are going to have to run it all the way back and win 5 rounds in a row if they want to pick up the pocket money here in this OCS show match. They're going to try and do that with 5 E4s, a 140 and a BZ75.
Yeah, on CTR's side we have the Type 5s, 2 of them. An IS-4, definitely a pick that we have seen quite often now from this team. 140 played by no other than Frawley and triple E4. I have to say, I think it's a well-rounded lineup, and I don't mind the Type 5s in this composition.
I do take issue with so many E4s on the side of Crew, because as powerful as the E4 is, and it's such a reliable, stable tank, it's still slow, and you know, if you don't have it supported by other pieces, it can be very like awkward to just actually get involved in the game sometimes. And you can see both these teams just have firing lines set up. Woodog is pressuring more aggressively down the rails, so he will now be spotting any sort of rotation, but Crew in the meantime don't look particularly interested in making any sort of proactive decisions. I think they've had enough of being the first ones to push in to their opponent today, and they're just going to set up with a triple E4 behind that trap building.
Yeah, I remember in, I think it was Season 2 or Season 3 even, where we had the triple Forge B T57 combination behind those buildings, especially played by like Frugo's W boys and Cashback. But now with Crazy War approaching, I don't think that Steve will be able to fully capture this. There's a 1-for-1 trade. The ability activation was a bit too late, but he got the spotting onto the into the 4 tanks, so like they know exactly who's in the city now. The question is, can they capitalize on that situation and maybe pick up Herman or even the 140?
Herman is reversing as fast as he can, and actually quite good reverse speed on the Type 5 Heavy. A lot faster than it probably should do. It's a bit comical perhaps. In the 140, as you mentioned, Frawley, he's trying to escape back across towards the rails, but I think he's realized that he's kind of run out of road here. He can't get away, and CTR are going to have to support him. But remember, the cap is underway as well. There's 15 seconds left on that. Someone needs to get a reset, and no one's really paying attention to it. It could just go completely unnoticed. It could be a ninja cap attempt coming in here from CTR, but Baton has realized he is going to be able to block, but it's just collapsing all around them again, and Baton is just completely by himself. They will manage to find the kill on towards Herman, but that's 4 guns that are distracted.
Wow, and great shot by Herman there as well, picking up the BZ75. Beton now ammo-racked as well. The Type 5 nearly puts him already out of the misery. We are up a good bunch of HP. The guns are still even, but now the next kill is being picked up. Patras in a bit of trouble, facing 3 tanks there. Also no ability because the cooldown is still running But even if he gets dropped, the HPs are over double now, and 2 tanks lead as well. Very solid performance by CTR today, and it looks like they will make a clean 5-0 out of it.
Yeah, it's hard to see a way back for Crew in this one. They're even trying to HE Port David as he just tries to cling on to life next to the rails, and that's really a metaphor for this entire matchup. Just Crew just trying to hang on, but just not able to stick with the level that CTR are bringing. They've been outclassed today. CTR really showing their intent and their force in the lower division. They're showing how much of a competitive team they can be and that they want that OLS spot.
Yeah, and I think we saw the first signs of that during the OLC already, when CTR made it into the playoffs and even I think took a round or 2 of hit and run. I think it was 2 rounds even. But yeah, good stuff by CTR, very dominant performance. They definitely are one of the main or the favorites
they are the guys.
Yeah, the guys to get the OCS title and then hopefully play in the OLS during the next season. But we can take a quick look at the post-game stats. I don't think they will show us too much. Pretty well-rounded performance. I think the IS-4s had a pretty good farm at the beginning. And then were mostly used as meat shield here. Vudok ending up with a pretty solid 9, 9, and 8. Frawley, you mentioned it, kind of got over-pushed, had to retreat, and didn't really play the most important role. Herman obviously not being targeted, making 5 shots and nearly 4k damage as well. Overall, good performance, and the E4s just, in the end, not with enough firepower, I guess, or durability to withstand the lineup of CTR.
Yeah, it just takes them so long to make any sort of push, and that's really like my main problem with taking so many of just one tank, one E4, where it's slow, it doesn't have the greatest DPM. It's a brilliant tank, but it's not ideal for just like trying to run and gun down your opponent, right? And it took them so long to kill Herman and Frolly that they just lost everywhere else across the map. But that is all for today. That's all the matches that we've got. There's one more day left of Phase 1 in the Onslaught Legends series, and there's still quite a bit at stake near the bottom of the table for the teams trying to just claw their way into Phase 2.
Yeah, I think especially W and Vortex will have very interesting matches. Vortex facing off against Yogurt, if I remember correctly, and W against the top of the table Weekend. Obviously, we'll have 4 best of 5s again at 18:00 CEST. And then we'll go into the mid-season patch and the mid-season break as well. After a bit of replays, we'll call it a day for today and rate you to Ducky. Moff, the last words are yours.
Yeah, it's been good to be back casting the OLS. Sat out quite a bit of Phase 1, and the matches that we had today have pretty much like shown the way the whole season's gone. It's very unpredictable, perhaps more so than it's ever been. We've got 4 teams near the top of the table looking very competitive. The rest of them, not so much, but there's still, if you can manage to survive in towards Phase 2, it's still all to play for, but we will find out. We will find out next time.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.